everyone, and welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. I'm going to be your astrologer this month, and this is going to be the horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. Excited to be back and talk to you about what is going on in the stars and the cosmos. If you guys like this content, you want to see more of it, please do subscribe to the channel. It helps the channel grow, and you guys are going to see more of my videos that I drop throughout the month. I'm always here on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays using tarot and astrology to make sense of what's going on in the stars. Please do give me a thumbs up if you like this video and consider sharing with other people. Drop me a comment below and let me know how you're feeling and what your rising sign is and just how accurate these readings and predictions hit for you. I love hearing the comments. I try to get back to everybody, but I really appreciate you guys. And also, if you're on social media, if you're on X or on Instagram, follow me at BTV Astro if you want to see more of my astro ramblings. If you'd like to book a personal reading with me, click the links below. You can find my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I also teach astrology, so check out my courses and my personal transit calendars that go right into your Apple iPhone or your Google Calendar. You guys can also see my bookings. I am booking personal one-on-one sessions for clients beginning in July and August of this year. So you have a birthday coming up over the summer, definitely get on my books. All right, so on to the next slide. Just as a reminder for everybody, I do recommend listening to your rising sign to get the most accurate predictions for what's going to be happening for the month ahead. I am going to be using the Western whole sign system. So if you guys want to use Placidus, you're going to have to check the links in the description. You guys can see all of the transits that I'm going to be going through there. So I recommend either taking a screenshot of these transits, or I recommend copying what's in the description so that way you guys can put it into your calendar. But you will see that there is going to be highlighted dates. Those are going to be dates that are going to be a little bit more challenging. So that way you guys have a heads up. These are the transits that I'm going to be going through for all of the 12 signs. So if you're new here, I don't just give you a general overview. We're going through everything, and these are long, but they are really helpful, and I hope you guys enjoy them. Basically, more or less, month is going to be a month, May is going to be a month where there's going to be a lot of grounding, healing energy, and obviously a lot of major shifts as well. Now, compared to previous months, I actually think May is a little bit more chill. We're still going to have some peak periods, but I think after the intense Aries stellium energy that we had in April, this is going to be a little bit more calm. Now we're going to be moving into Taurus season. So as the sun begins at the beginning of May, moving through Taurus, there is this focus on stability, and we're focusing on values and obviously what truly matters to us. And we're also going to be seeing that Pluto is going to be stationing retrograde. So if you happen to have anything between 3 and 6 degrees of Aquarius or the fixed signs, so that would be Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio, you're going to be feeling the effects of this retrograde. It's going to be several months. And really what I think this is going to be about, starting on May the 6th for several months, that we're going to be reevaluating our power structures in the world. We're reevaluating what's been changing, what's been transforming since Pluto moved into this sign several years ago. We're also going to be seeing a very powerful healing transit, but it's also something that you guys need to be a little cautious about. And this is when Mars and Chiron are going to come into conjunction. This is all about healing deep wounds, and that's going to be taking place on May 16th. And then we're going to see Mercury rapidly move through Taurus and into Gemini, where it's going to be meeting up with Uranus in the sign of Gemini. So we're going to see a Sun-Uranus conjunction this month. We're going to see a Mercury-Uranus conjunction this month. Lots of shakeups, lots of insights, sudden travel, kind of shocking news, and maybe some changes going on with media and technology. Now, there will be 2 full moons this month, which is rather unusual. So that's, I think, kind of like the highlight of May. And that means that it's going to kick off at the beginning of the month with a very powerful and transformative full moon in Scorpio. Now, that'll be happening on May the 1st. And then we're going to see at the end of the month, at the very last day on the 31st of May, there will be a full moon in the expansive fiery sign of Sagittarius. So lots of lunar transits going on this month. Obviously, that is going to be, with both of them, it's about conclusions, kind of completions, and obviously kind of grounding everything out and focusing on new horizons. Now there will be a new moon that will be taking place in Taurus as well, and we'll cover that. And it's going to be interesting because it's going to be in conjunction to Algol. And then we will see Cazimi taking place this month as well. There is going to be a Sun-Mercury Cazimi taking place on May the 14th, really adding a little bit more mental clarity and a little bit of buzz, obviously. And then we're going to be seeing the Sun Cazimi that's going to take place for the Sun conjunct Uranus, and that'll be around the 22nd of the month for revolutionary breakthroughs. Now there's some more transits that are going to be peppered in between that I'm going to go through, so do listen to your rising sign. What I'll be doing is talking about what's happening with your chart ruler first, and then we're going to get into all of the other transits, the new moon, the full moons, all that jazz. So we'll get right into it, and I hope you guys enjoy. What's up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. Glad to be back. I hope you guys are well. We're definitely going to be talking about all of the major energies taking place this month, but I want to start first with, well, how are you guys feeling after April? I think you're going to get a little bit of a reprieve as we start to see planets are now beginning to move out of your sign. Now, obviously, we are going to see your chart ruler kind of being highlighted this month, and you are going to see some things going on with Mars. First things first is there is going to be a Mars-Chiron conjunction that is going to be taking place. And I think that that's really significant. And we're also going to be seeing a Mars-Jupiter square that's going to be taking place. And so you're going to see that on one hand, there is first at the beginning of May around the 4th, a little bit of tension because you're going to see Mars as it's in your sign squaring off with Jupiter in Cancer in your home zone. So there's this tension between your personal drive, what you're trying to get done, what your kind of goals are, and home and family matters. So some of you guys are going to be taking on some kind of big family changes. Some of you guys are contemplating moving. Maybe there's a little bit of tension with people at home or in the family. And then on the 16th of the month, you're going to see Mars and Chiron coming into conjunction. And that is going to be happening around 28 degrees. So if you have anything 27, 28, 29 of Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, or a personal planet, this is going to be bringing up for you old identity wounds that might be surfacing that need to be transformed. You may also find that this is a time that you're really hands-on with your own personal physical healing. So keep an eye on anything that deals with cuts, burns, bruises, fevers, anything that's also connected to surgery. If you're trying to work on any sinus or head kind of issues, that can be something that can kind of come up. And then finally, on the 18th of the month, Mars is going to leave the sign of Aries and it's going to move into Taurus, where it's going to be for about 6 weeks. Now, this means that there is this shift from kind of your own personal kind of moves and identity to your money, your resources, anything that's connected to your self-esteem, purchasing power. So truth be told, when Mars go into the second house, we sometimes find that we're spending more money. There can also be a sense of being more motivated to make money. And we can also notice that just our hunger or our appetite is kind of kicking up a little bit. So keep an eye on that. All right, so as for the rest of the transits for this month, we're going to be seeing starting at the very beginning of the month on the 1st of May, there's going to be a full moon taking place in the sign of Scorpio in your natal 8th house. Now, I already put a video out on that, so if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. But this is going to be highlighting for you, shared resources, anything connected to your debts, potentially transforming matters and psychological things that can be kind of coming up. Think back to what happened in the new moon in Scorpio 6 months ago in the fall of 2025. You were planting seeds there. Something financial or kind of deeply personal is completing or being released. Now, Scorpio is, traditionally ruled by Mars, which is still going to be in your sign at that point. So this is about a internal kind of emotional or psychological transformation that's being aided by physical movement, action you're taking, overcoming your fears. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury is going to enter into the sign of Taurus. So now your mind is going to be on your money, and there's going to be this emphasis on really kind of asking yourself, okay, what am I thinking about when it comes to my money, my possessions, and your values? And you're going to find that this is all about practical financial planning. So maybe you're thinking about a big purchase, maybe it deals with property, maybe it deals with an investment. But there's definitely this sense of really trying to get your money organized and trying to feel like you're willing to kind of wheel and deal. Now, I did miss one, so I apologize, but before that on the 1st, I'm just noticing that Venus will be in Gemini, and it's going to start the month in Gemini, and it's going to be moving through your 3rd house of the mind. So just kind of backtracking for a second. May the 1st, you're going to see Venus in your 3rd house, which is about the mind, short distance trips, learning, anything like that, is going to be forming a sextile to Saturn in your sign. So this is really wonderful for you, Aries. Venus rules relationships. So it could be your relationships to your siblings. It could be to something involving learning, something connected to short distance travel, potentially writing gigs or anything like that is being stabilized through Saturn in Aries. So you guys are going to find that there's this really harmonious energy between communication, pleasures, and also kind of being a little bit more disciplined when it comes to your self-presentation. And I think you're going to have a lot of committed conversations that are just going to flow very easily. So it's a great day to sign contracts, make agreements, plan travel, any of those things. Now on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars coming into a square with Jupiter. So if you have anything around, I would say probably like 19 to like 22 degrees of Aries, this is definitely going to be felt. I think the positive thing is that Mars is going to be in a superior position. So it means that you have a little bit more oomph to overcome some of the expansion and some of the emotional changes happening with Jupiter in your home zone. Now, this means that your personal drive, though, could potentially be clashing with home or family expansion. So you really want to watch for impatience with family, maybe overextending yourself when it comes to home matters. And I would say do not bulldoze domestic situations, because there can be a tendency to kind of feel like you just want to push your will through, get everything done, but you can overdo it. Now then on the 5th of the month, we're going to see that Mercury in your money zone in Taurus will come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th house of friends, social allies, and goals. It's possible that this is going to be a transit where you just feel like there's a lot of intense thoughts about money. Maybe it's kind of connecting to your friend groups, maybe power dynamics within friend groups or some of your goals. And there can be old friend power dynamics that are kind of resurfacing for review. And I think you'll be reviewing that over the next couple of months. On the 6th of the month, Pluto will station retrograde. So this is really the only retrograde we're having this month. Planets have been direct, obviously, in April. So we're kind of bidding farewell to that. So you're going to want to pay attention to your 11th house. Now, Pluto rules joint finances, resources, security, emotional, intimate, and psychological matters. As it retrogrades in your 11th house, you're going to find over the next couple of months there's this deep transformation that's kind of taking place when it comes to your friendships or potentially your social networks kind of go inward. So it could represent like change with a relationship socially. It could represent, reassessing some of your networking kind of goals, maybe taking a social media detox, those things can happen. And you definitely just want to be mindful of where there can be some intensity over finances and also kind of like social groups and connections. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the last quarter moon in Aquarius, and that means that the moon's going to be moving through Aquarius and it's coming into a square, which will be in, the sun will be in Taurus in your 2nd house of money. And this last quarter moon basically represents where something is breaking down, and we'll be preparing for what will be the new moon in Taurus just a little bit later. Now, this is really about release and adjustment when it comes to social connections. And I encourage you to ask yourself what group dynamics need to shift, what needs to shift when it comes to your financial goals. Where are you afraid of maybe taking some risks and learning to let something go? On the 13th of the month, we're going to see an excellent communication period. And this is going to be where Mercury now in your money zone, Taurus, will be coming into a sextile with Jupiter in Cancer in your home and family zone. This is a beautiful day for communication. So I think that really it's going to be about financial ideas that are supporting home and family happiness. And it's great for planning domestic investments, real estate, anything connected to property investment, anything connected to like design, decor stuff, and just better communication when it comes to your family all around. Then you're going to see on the 13th, the very next day, there's going to be a Mercury Cazimi that's going to be taking place in your 2nd house. And this is where the sun and Mercury are going to align. And it's almost like there is some kind of epiphany or there is some kind of news or something that's kind of coming up for you. that I think is going to be bringing you powerful clarity about your finances, your values, and your possessions, potentially even a breakthrough when it comes to your self-worth. This is a great time to really be thinking about, okay, what is it that I do want? What is it that I do value? There could be some good kind of aha moments when it comes to budgeting and financing. And then you're going to see the very next day, on the 16th, so this is May 16th, you'll then have a new moon that's going to be in your money house. So this is when the sun and the moon come into conjunction with each other in Taurus. I really recommend sitting down, reviewing maybe what happened on the 14th where you had some kind of like insights about money, and then you want to set new intentions and, money manifestation, setting intentions for income increase, things that you're hoping to buy or things that you're planning to buy, and also just setting intentions in regards to your self-worth. Plant those financial seeds because this is the one kind of like money new moon that you get all year long. Now we're going to see also on the 16th, that's when Mars and Chiron are going to be in conjunction. So it's going to impact you a little bit more than most of the other signs. I will consider this a healing transit, and I encourage you guys to move your body and just be mindful of your health. But know that old wounds in regards to your identity, your body, potentially even anger or how you assert yourself can surface, and it's trying to get you to surface to transform something. I encourage you not to run away from pain because it's really about working through the pain and like really becoming more powerful, more courageous in the process. Now on the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury then move into Gemini, and it's going to drop into your third house. It's in its domicile here, so it means that this is where it performs very well. Mercury loves being in Gemini. That's the sign that it's associated with, the mind, communication, kind of learning, short distance trips, siblings, even vehicles. So as it moves into this house, basically what this means is that there's going to be this emphasis on, okay, I'm having to, maybe have more meetings. I'm having to have a little bit more time, texting, emailing, kind of running around. And then you're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Uranus. So to me, this means that there can be just some kind of breakthrough ideas, mind-blowing, right? It's very much Mercury, Uranus in your third house. And your thinking can become more innovative. It can become more kind of electric. This is about having breakthrough conversations, maybe with siblings or neighbors, and some unexpected local news. Now, I do encourage you guys to keep an eye on your inbox because there can be invitations to kind of like networking events, to parties, to trips and things that you can be kind of participating in with friends or potentially with family. And also just be careful driving this day with Mercury and Uranus. You don't want to be distracted. Be kind of keeping your eyes on the road and make sure you guys don't have your phone because it can be a little kind of jolting if you're trying to use technology and drive with this conjunction. Now on the 18th of the month, then Mars dips into your second house where your actions are really being tied to your resources. Your energy is really shifting to money making, and you're going to feel, I think, more motivated to build security, to earn, and also feel more competitive. Now, Mars is also tied to your 8th house, so there can be this sense of you going after money that's owed to you, or maybe you're seeking a loan, or maybe you're wanting to tackle debt. But all of these things are going to be something that you're going to work out for about 6 weeks' time. Then you guys are going to see on the 18th, we will have Venus entering into the sign of Cancer. So Venus is about relationships, partnerships. It can also be connected to kind of balance and diplomacy. And it's also connected to resources, money, and values. So I love Venus in the 4th house for home decorating. I love it for home-based businesses. It can also be a transit where there's like a woman coming to visit and stay in your home. But for the most part, home becomes more so beautiful, more nurturing under this transit. And love and comfort is found more in your domestic life. Family relationships can also soften due to Venus moving through the 4th house. On the 19th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in your 3rd house of Gemini trining Pluto. Now, another very powerful communication day. I see this as a transit that's about kind of communications that might transform your goals, it might transform your networks, maybe even your friendships. And words carry very deep influence with groups. So if you're having to give a presentation, if you're having to send out a newsletter, if you're wanting to launch a website, or you're wanting to post something really prominent on social media, this is a good day to catch other people's attention. Then on the 19th of the month, we will see Mercury in Gemini squaring the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo. And something that I have been thinking a lot about with like the planets going through Gemini squaring the North and South Node is a fork in the road. Usually whenever we see planets square the nodes, we have this moment in time where we can really kind of execute our free will. We can decide our fate. We can move out of the past, South Node in Virgo, of outdated ways of working, outdated kind of health habits, changes with our work schedule. And we can go more into the North Node, which is about kind of navigating life more intuitively, being more compassionate, and also trusting our gut. Now, Mercury coming into a square with the North and the South Node, in my opinion, kind of represents where there is going to be this shift when it comes to communication. So the karmic crossroads is about, do I send this email? Do I not? Do I have this conversation? Do I not? You know, do I go on this trip? Do I not? And you guys are going to find that this is giving you the opportunity to really think about what it is you have to say, and what you say matters, because likely it's going to be impacting your destiny. So choose your words carefully, but also don't back away from having important conversations or discussions, because I think it's really going to play a huge role, especially when it comes to either your work or your health or your mental health. That can definitely be a square between the 6th and the 12th house. Now on the 21st of the month, we're going to see then the sun enter into Gemini. So Gemini season begins. Now you'll see several weeks of the sun lighting up your 3rd house, where Mercury and Uranus already are. And the focus then shifts to communication. It's about learning, siblings, your local environment, maybe short distance trips or anything connected to media for the better part of like the next several weeks. The sun connects to children, romance, creativity, as well as self-expression. So if you're a creative writer, if you're a content creator, if you work in education, if you work in media, you're going to be able to be a little bit more creative with these things over the next couple of weeks. Then on the 22nd of the month, this is a day that you guys are going to want to watch for. This is where Venus in Cancer in your 4th house is going to square Neptune in Aries in your sign. Felt the most by anybody who has planets between 2 and 4 degrees of Aries. Now, Venus-Neptune squares in a nutshell, we don't see things so clearly, okay? So there can be blind spots, we can get catfish, there could be something we order, then it shows up and it just doesn't look right. And Neptune can represent things that you don't see coming, while Venus represents your money and also your relationships. Now, Neptune is in the superior angle of the square, so I read that as like it's going to be something you don't see coming, but it can actually be like a blessing in a way. On the other hand, Venus square Neptune might materialize for you as like home idealization, you know, or confusion. Family matters can feel a little confusing and emotional. And I would encourage you guys to not make any major domestic decisions around the 22nd, because there's going to be a lot of haze. So maybe it's going to be signing a lease, maybe it's going to be moving, maybe it's going to be decorating your home. Just give it a day or two for this to kind of wear off. But what's interesting is the very same day on the 22nd, Venus will also be simultaneously trining the North Node in Pisces. So you know, your home life is kind of aligning with your spiritual destiny, and this is about nurturing at home that kind of supports your soul's path. Maybe you have to take a step back and really reevaluate what matters the most to you, and like kind of navigate making some changes at home more intuitively. So yeah, I think a lot of you guys might just find that if you're looking at a new apartment, you're looking at a home, it's not going to be what you think it is. And it can also represent where there's a woman in your life, either a roommate, a family member, a partner, who needs some support, and you're just kind of like, I don't know if I can take that on. Now on the 22nd of the month, you guys are going to be seeing that the sun will come into conjunction with Uranus in Gemini in your 3rd house. And this is kind of an interesting transit, because it's going to represent, with just Uranus being in this house, you know, revolutionary kind of communication. But this is unexpected because the sun is highlighting that. So I'm predicting there's going to be unexpected insights, surprising conversations, maybe breakthrough ideas about how you think and how you express yourself. This is definitely a day to set aside some time to do some creative writing or do some journaling. Then you will see on the 23rd of the month, this will be the first quarter moon in Virgo. So the sun will be in Gemini, the moon's going to be in Virgo in your 6th house, and they're going to square each other. And this is the opening square since the new moon in Taurus, where you are planting seeds about money and resources. So when you have the first quarter square, there's going to be more action that's going to be needed when it comes to your work, when it comes to your health, maybe your pets and your daily routines. It's about pushing forward and really leaning on practical tasks if you can. On the 24th, the sun in Gemini is going to sextile Neptune in your sign. So you're probably going to be feeling inspired. This is a very creative day. Communication is flowing very well, and your words carry this sense of like spiritual energy, and it's great for artistic expression of any kind. On the 25th, we have another red flag day for you, and this is going to be where Mars in Taurus in your 2nd house is going to be squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th. Now, we already kind of covered this, but what you need to know about this is that there's going to definitely be some power struggles around money and friends that's going to come up this day. It's important not to battle over finances or to let group dynamics kind of drain your resources or kind of get your goat. Then you're going to see on May 26th, the sun in Gemini in your 3rd house will trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th house. Very powerful day. This is about feeling empowered with your communications, especially in social settings or online. And you may find that your words are just kind of transforming group dynamics in a positive fashion. So you're kind of rebounding after like the Mars square Pluto. On the 29th of the month, there is going to be Venus square Saturn. So Venus moving through your home zone. First it squared Neptune, now it's going to square Saturn. And once again, bringing up this dynamic between you and home and family matters. So it can mean that you feel restricted by some family member or by like a home responsibility. It can also mean that relationships with parents or domestic responsibilities can feel kind of heavy. I do recommend just trying to have patience with family if you can. And then finally on the 31st of the month, we're going to see a full moon in the sign of Sagittarius, and that's going to be happening at 9 degrees. So if you have anything 8, 9, 10 degrees of Aries, this will be trining you because it's in a fellow sister fire sign. What I like about this is that it is kind of trining Saturn in your sign, so you kind of play like a supporting role in this. Oftentimes when there is a full moon in the 9th house, we're traveling, we are learning something, we're taking a course, we're graduating, and you may find yourself in an airport, you may find yourself planning a trip. This is going to be ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is hanging out in the 4th, so it can mean that you're learning some big lessons about family and home, or traveling to visit family, or vice versa. And your beliefs, education, or publishing matters may reach a full culmination. So watch for some kind of expansive journey, be that literal or figurative, that's kind of becoming complete. Now, your best days this month, I think, are going to be May the 13th, May the 14th, May the 17th, the 22nd, the 24th, and the 26th. However, the challenging days are going to be May 4th, 5th, 16th, which is all about healing. Also, you're going to see this on the 22nd, where there can be some confusion, and the 25th and the 29th. But Aries, I think May is really asking you to just slow down after the firecracker month we had in April. I think this is about building something solid for you over the next several weeks. Keep an eye on that Mars conjunction to Chiron. Keep an eye on that Mars square Pluto. These are transits that are going to test you, but it's going to be about transforming your wounds into your greatest strength. And I see a lot of opportunities for you guys to really communicate, connect, and get recognized for the things that you have to say this month. All right, well, let's take a look and see what the tarot says for my Aries and my Aries risings. What do you guys need to know for the month ahead? Ooh, you see that? Doing magic tricks over here, sorry. You guys get the Strength card, which I think is wonderful. This is a great card for you guys this month. The Strength card is really about learning to not manhandle a situation. It's about not feeling like you have to force something, you have to, be domineering. It's about kind of just letting loose and letting go and letting things come to you. Now, it can also represent that you're focusing on some kind of strength, be that physical, emotional, potentially even financial, as we see Mars going into your money house this month. But I do think that this is going to be for you really thinking about what are my strengths and what are my weaknesses, and how can I actually, you know, learn to kind of weigh these out, balance them out, where I can kind of tend to the things that, you know, maybe are agitating or bothering me, learn to observe them and like allow them to heal themselves or allow things to kind of transform. We don't want to have a death grip on stuff and force things this month. That's what Taurus season is going to kind of teach us with some of the squares that we're going to see to Pluto. I hope this is helpful. Definitely let me know how you guys are feeling since last month, and I'll catch you guys back here in June. What's up, Taurus and Taurus risings? Welcome to your May 2026 overview. This is going to be the horoscopes for the month, and we're going to touch on all the most important things. But obviously, if you're a May Taurus, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening during your season. And obviously the spotlight's kind of on you because the sun's moving through your sign this month. We're also going to be seeing Mars moving through your sign this month. So there's a lot of dynamic transits to cover. First things first, we got to talk about Venus. So Venus is your ruler, obviously, and wherever Venus goes is where you are. And Venus is now kind of sliding in the month, eventually into Cancer. So it's going to start the beginning of the month in Gemini, where your mind is on your money. And there's also this emphasis on resources, pleasure, values, you know, self-esteem. So it's probably been, or if you haven't seen it yet, by the end of the month, a better financial month for you guys. Now you're going to see on May the 1st, Venus is then going to be coming into a sextile with Saturn. So it's going to allow you guys to really focus on where you can have support when it comes to your vision, your dreams, you know, what you're releasing and letting go, so you can bring more love in, bring more stability in, bring more security in. And then on the 18th of the month, Venus is going to drop into Cancer in your 3rd house, which is all about communication, becoming more nurturing. This is where you're nurturing your relationships with your family, potentially siblings, maybe even neighbors. Maybe you're sending those thank you notes, you're calling people back, telling them that you've been thinking about them. And love can certainly be found online or on the road. Now, Venus is not just connected to your 1st house, it's also going to be connected to your 6th house. So some of you guys are going to be learning about health, about healing. Maybe you guys are taking, you know, classes in regards to health or healing, or maybe there's just a newfound love for writing or something kind of connected to media. On the 22nd of the month, you're going to see Venus is going to square Neptune. And this is definitely something you want to watch for, because Neptune will catfish you, or it will get you, or it will kind of withhold something from you, or it'll distort something. And when that happens, it basically means that you can have some confusion when it comes to your words and your communication. Positive is that it will be trining the North Node. So it means that if you're kind of having some confusion, you don't know how to have a conversation with somebody, you don't know how to work something out, it's encouraging you to check in with a friend, get some support from an ally or from a network when it comes to seeing something clearly. Then you're going to find on the 29th that Venus will then come into a square with Saturn in Aries in your 12th house, where you can be feeling a little restricted when it comes to communication. There can be some fear about kind of speaking what's on your mind or what's in your heart. There can also be a feeling of being kind of blocked when it comes to certain relationships, and kind of feeling like you don't want to pick up the phone, like you don't respond to people. You know, you need like a little bit of like a mental health day. So watch for kind of feeling restricted, kind of limited or delayed in some way, okay? Now the month's going to start off on May the 1st. We're going to have a full moon in Scorpio in your opposite sign, your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, or anything that deals with services and others. Now, if you happen to have anything in Taurus between 10 and 12 degrees, you're going to be exactly on the opposition end of this particular full moon. What this means is that there can be some big kind of changes happening with other people. Relationship reevaluations is kind of what happens. Revelations in relationships. A partnership matter can reach a culmination here, and there can be clarity about what you need from others, or a relationship can complete a chapter. Sometimes I see single Taurus or Taurus risings meet people under these full moons. Other times relationships can grow stronger, but if relationships have been challenged, if there's been some issues here, this can be a time where you are kind of closing one door and you're making space for someone new. Now on the 1st of the month, we're also going to see that Venus-Saturn sextile. And I do think that what's interesting about this is that it's going to give you the opportunity to kind of find this easy flow between financial pleasures and also spiritual discipline. You're able to make committed money decisions that really support your inner peace on this day. And then on the 3rd, Mercury is going to move, obviously, into your sign. So it's going to be moving into your first house. This is going to give you the opportunity to really focus on your thinking. It becomes more grounded when Mercury is in your sign, and there can be this sense of like practical self-reflection. It's great for planning your next moves. It's great for also just kind of speaking your mind and telling people, what you think, what you value, what you want. It's also a time where you can be a lot more creative as well, because Mercury's kind of connected to your 5th house through self-expression, creativity, and romance. Now on the 4th, you're going to see Mars in Aries, which will still be in your 12th house, coming into a square with Jupiter and Cancer in your 3rd. Mars rules relationships. It's also about hidden things and stuff that's subconscious. So as you see Mars coming into a square with Jupiter, there can be these hidden frustrations that are coming up that are kind of clashing with your need for communication expansion. Watch for subconscious anger that can be surfacing. Be mindful of harsh words, and don't be trying to rush around when you're getting around town, or if you're trying to deal with contracts or anything in regards to communication. We don't want to push things during that square. On the 5th of the month, we are going to see a tricky transit for you, Taurus. This is where Mercury in your sign, where you're bold, wanting to communicate, wanting to speak your mind, will come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 10th house of career. Now, if you have anything 4, 5, 6 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, this is going to be a little tricky, and you're going to feel this a little bit more intensely. To me, this represents intense thoughts about yourself, how you think, what you want, what you need, what you value, that's somehow clashing, and there's some power dynamics going on with superiors, parents, or potentially even having some difficult words with the boss at work. So watch for heavy conversations. Be mindful if you're speaking publicly, because there can be lots of discussions about your public image, and there can be some just intense exchanges that you can have with people out in the world. Then on May the 6th, Pluto stations retrograde, and it'll be retrograde for several months. It's going to start its retrograde at 5 degrees. I believe it's retrograding to about 2 degrees or so. So if you are between 5 and 2 degrees of Taurus or Taurus rising, you are going through a Pluto square this year. And this represents where there is something pretty dramatic changing about your career or your reputation, your status, be that even your relationship status, that is putting pressure on you and like also getting you out of your comfort zone. My thought is, with Pluto going retrograde, you may be still reassessing your relationships, or your relationships to your job, your career status. And it'll be several months of career transformation that's now going inward. So old professional power dynamics, they can resurface during the retrograde. This is really just about reviewing your ambitions and doing it deeply. On the 9th of the month, you're going to see that there's going to be a last quarter moon in Aquarius. So the moon will be in Aquarius. It'll be coming into a square, obviously with the sun in your sign. And this represents kind of the breakdown before we get to the new moon, which will be in your sign later in the month. This might be one you want to watch, Taurus, because it's highlighting like where, Mercury squares Pluto, Mars squares Pluto, and then it's just kind of like saying like, okay, Taurus, what are you going to do about these power struggles, or like where you're feeling like your job is kind of like taking over your life. That last quarter moon, we want to release career matters, old outdated career matters. So some of you guys might be like, I'm stepping back from work, I'm changing jobs, I'm quitting jobs. And it's really about what professional patterns are going to need adjustment. That's going to be coming up for you all month long. Then on the 13th, we see a really excellent communication day where Mercury in your sign in the first house is sextiling Jupiter in your 3rd of Cancer. And this tells me that this is wonderful for you because your self-expression will be expanding, and you're going to see there's lots of communication opportunities. Speak up, be optimistic. If there is a day that you need to buy a car, sign a lease, book a trip, this would be the one that you want to do that. And it looks like you're embracing change as a part of the process, and you're like excited about this change. So it can be about learning something new, it could be traveling, good communication that you'll have with neighbors as well as siblings and extended relatives. Then on the 14th of the month, you will see a Mercury Cazimi taking place in your sign. So the Sun and Mercury are going to be coming into conjunction in the sign of Taurus. This is really, I think, getting clarity about yourself. This is about identifying what direction you're going in, making some big financial and creative decisions. You might have an epiphany when it comes to, a creative project or something involving your love life. And major personal insights are likely going to kind of flow from this because the sun is illuminating what you're thinking. So write everything down, pay attention to those hunches and those aha moments. Then you'll see on the 16th, there's going to be a new moon that's going to be in your sign, Taurus, and you only get this once a year during Taurus season. So this will be happening around 25 degrees of Taurus. So if you happen to be 24, 25, 26 degrees of Taurus, welcome to your new moon. This basically means that you're setting intentions now for who you would like to become. Over the next 6 months, this will be something that you're going to be working on. So I really encourage you, especially with Venus being that ruler and it's situated, in Gemini. It's a lot of what do I value? Like, what do I want? What do I believe in? So set those intentions for yourself and watch things bloom over the next year. Also on the 16th, you're going to see Mars coming into conjunction with Chiron, and that's happening in your 12th house. And while Mars rules things that are hidden and subconscious, it also rules relationships. So this does tell me that there can be some subconscious relationship issues that are kind of coming up. Deep subconscious healing. Also old wounds around anger, assertion, or kind of like action patterns might kind of surface in a dream or in a subconscious state. Perfect transit for therapy, meditation, or some kind of spiritual healing. It'll all be very highly favored, and it may just mean you need some extra rest this day. On the 17th of the month, Mercury is going to enter into Gemini. So now it's going to be, really lighting up your second house, which is going to deal with money, resources, and values. So I am anticipating, because Mercury will enter into this house, it's going to come into conjunction with Uranus, that there could be some unexpected money news or insights. Uranus represents your career, so it is possible that there is some kind of shocking change at work, or there's some change with your salary, or maybe there's like a secondary kind of salary or income stream that's coming in out of the blue, and revolutionary ideas about income and values. So watch for those financial surprises. Then on May the 18th, you're going to see Mars is going to be entering into your sign, Taurus. So you're definitely a bull on the move. Mars rules relationships. It's also going to be about subconscious things, intuition, and kind of blind spots. So the positive is Mars loves being in the first house. And I really recommend, while Mars is in this house for the next several weeks, have a morning routine, get up, get something done, have an outlet for that energy, move your body. Now, I'm also aware that, when Mars is in Taurus, it likes to really take its time. It does not like to be rushed. So think about the changes you want to make over the next 6 weeks, not necessarily in like the matter of like a day or two. I do think that with this transit, you'll get an energy boost. I think that Mars in your sign gives you more drive. It gives you more ambition and assertion that maybe you have missed. So take action, but also be mindful of your temper. You might notice you're a little bit more short-tempered with Mars going through this part of your chart. Then also on the 18th, we're going to see Venus in Cancer. So Venus moves into Cancer, and this is nice because it's going to be kind of sextiling Mars slightly. Basically, when Venus moves into this house, it means that now you're really going to be focusing on communications, becoming more nurturing and a little bit more heartfelt. Maybe you're, a Taurus that's on the go. You're going on a short distance trip. Maybe you're learning something, or you're looking at maybe I think you would be maybe investing in a vehicle, maybe getting like a new gadget, so like a laptop, a cell phone, anything kind of connected to communications. And you're going to find that there's just sweeter conversations that you're having with people every day, and that could be your siblings or potentially even your neighbors. Now on the 19th, we have a very powerful communication day, and this is going to be where Mercury in your money zone is trining Pluto in your career zone. And when these two trine, this is going to give you the opportunity to really focus on powerful financial insights that could likely transform your career. So money and profession kind of connect positively. This is a day to be negotiating a salary, a raise, a new job, going for an interview, making a big statement about maybe what your fees are or about new offerings that you have. Then you will see on the 19th also, Mercury is going to square the North and the South node. Now this is a fork in the road, so to say, about what direction you're going in. And, this might feel like there's kind of karmic financial crossroads that are coming up, money decisions that will affect your destiny path. It's really important that you choose wisely when it comes to making decisions about finances. Likely it's about kind of getting out of old, outdated ways of creating, sharing, or expressing, moving into new ways of offering something to the collective, working with friends or networking groups. But it's going to be very financial. I will tell you guys that. It's a very financial month for you just all around. On the 21st of the month, the sun enters into Gemini. So now it is joining Mercury and Uranus, where your financial sector is just like lit up like a Christmas tree. This tells me that now your focus becomes on money, values, and possessions for the next month. And then on the 22nd, Venus in your third house is going to square Neptune. Now, we kind of talked a little bit about how communication may feel kind of confusing. We can kind of idealize something. There can be misunderstandings, so you have to really make sure that you're verifying what you hear or what you read or what you see. And then also at the same time, Venus will be trining the North Node in Pisces. So that trine is basically saying, okay, your words need to align with your social destiny. And this might mean that you're speaking from the heart and you're connecting with a tribe, or you're kind of connecting with a group of people. Followed by also on the 22nd, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini. So this is kind of like a shocking and surprising day. The sun deals with home and family and values. And as it connects to Uranus, it's the same kind of energy of when like Mercury was there. So there's going to be some financial revolution, unexpected, maybe money insights or news. And your values are kind of being awakened, I think, to new financial and professional possibilities. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see this is the first quarter moon in Virgo. Friendly to Taurus, but you're going to see that the sun in your money house with the square to the moon in your creative house is basically saying, okay, since those intentions that you seeded under the new moon in your sign, what are you doing to invest in your creativity, in your own joy, in your own happiness? And what it's asking you to do is just take action creatively. Maybe it's with romance, maybe it's with children. It's about expressing yourself. Now on the 24th, the sun in Gemini will sextile Neptune in Aries. And Neptune and Saturn are both still in your kind of hidden subconscious zone. But it's possible that you're going to have inspired ideas about money that kind of connects to spiritual values, dreams maybe that also can support your income. On the 25th, this is a red flag day. This is where Mars in your sign at 5 degrees is going to square Pluto in Aquarius in your career house at 5 degrees. If you have anything 4, 5, 6 degrees of Taurus, Pluto has you pretty much pinned under his thumb these days. So you need to be really mindful. And you might feel it a day or two on either side of the transit, but it is going to be exact on the 25th of May. Your personal actions may trigger, career power struggles. Somebody might be jealous of you. There could be conflict with a boss or a parent. It's really important to not force your way professionally. Try to be strategic, try to work with other people, and try to lean into some of the changes happening with your career. On the 26th, the sun in Gemini will come into a trine with Pluto. So unlike the square that you had with Mars, the trine is going to be friendly. This is about making yourself feel empowered when it comes to your financial moves and your career transformation. Money and profession, once again, are kind of harmonizing. On the 29th, Venus in your third house of the mind, communication, and siblings will square Saturn. So this is a day where you might feel a little beat down communication-wise. You're probably going to have to be more mindful of like your mindset, how you're kind of communicating, because communication can feel heavy. It can feel kind of restricted. Conversations, that you have with siblings can feel burdensome, and it's just really important to have patience when it comes to communicating with other people. And then finally, on the 31st of the month, you're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius in your natal 8th house. Now, this is going to happen around 9 degrees, and the 8th house really puts an emphasis on shared resources, intimacy, transformation matters are all kind of culminating now. And you'll have to think back to the new moon that we had in Sagittarius season in 2025. But it's possible that if there's been any financial partnership matters that have been up in the air, if there's been negotiations, debt, tax, or even psychological challenges, this is all now kind of coming home to roost. ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is going to be situated in the third house. So it might mean that you're having to go through tax documents, inheritance things, signing documents, having conversations about budgeting. So watch for that. So Taurus, I think your best days this month are going to be on May 13th and on the 14th under the Mercury Cazimi. Obviously the 16th is your new moon, so use it wisely. And then the 17th, 18th, 22nd, and 26th are also going to be stinkers as well. Excuse me, those are the positive ones. These are the stinkers. So your challenging days are going to be May 5th, May 16th, especially because on the 16th you're doing a lot of like kind of like healing and, you know, kind of retreating a little bit in the 12th house, the 22nd and the 25th and the 29th. Okay, so just to confirm, because I want to make sure this is clear, 13th, 14th, 17th, 18th, 22nd are good. The 5th, 16th, 22nd, 25th, 29th are challenging. Sorry about that. My eyes, I'm getting older, so my text is small on my screen. All right, Taurus, so with that being said, this is your month, right? And I can tell you, I think this month, even in spite of some of like the, you know, squares that you're going to see between Venus and Saturn and Mars and Pluto, yes, they're challenging. I really like how much energy we're having with you having a new moon and like Venus moving into a new sign, and just all of the Gemini energy moving through the second house, where it's going to be a very productive house, especially financially speaking. So let me know how you guys feel, especially with Mars going into Taurus. I think it's all going to be about reclaiming your personal power. And let's see what the tarot says for you guys for the month ahead. You get the Hermit card. There's a glare there, sorry. The Hermit card. I think about the first quarter moon that you're going to have in Virgo. I think that it's going to be connected to that. I think it's going to be basically saying, okay, Taurus, so, you know, you want to feel like you have financial freedom. You want to feel like you can bring in more money. You want to feel like you're changing something up about your style or changing something up about the way you express yourself. And it's asking you to really kind of like meditate on that. I think when that moon comes into a square, a lot of you guys are going to be having to kind of get creative with making some money or some financial changes. And likely these are things you've been thinking about anyway, probably as planets have been moving through your 12th house, like when Mercury went through there, when Venus went through there. And I really feel like this is a month where you're feeling really like connected to that inner light, like that inner knowing that you have to make changes, you have to switch things up. Empowering, especially as we see planets that are making aspects to Pluto in your 10th house. So I think there could be a lot of career stuff changing this month, but I also think that you're kind of pivoting and you're diversifying, so that way you can kind of ride the wave and navigate that and find some creative and also like unexpected ways to be able to bring in an income. So let me know what happens, especially with Uranus going into the second house. I want to hear all about it, and I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? Welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to get into it with you guys today and talk about what's happening for the next month. And if you happen to be a May Gemini, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. We have so many planets that are moving into Gemini this month. It is going to make your head spin. So I'm just going to tell you guys this now. Mercury going into your sign, Uranus going into your sign, Sun moving into the sign of Gemini. I like it, to be honest with you. I think it's very exciting. It's going to be exciting to see this happen, especially because last year, I don't believe we had the Sun-Uranus conjunction happening in Gemini. I think it was in Taurus, so this might be your guys' first kind of go around. Anyway, if you have anything the first, I would say, like 5 degrees of Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, you're really going to be feeling the effects of the conjunctions to Uranus, so you just really want to pay attention to that. Obviously, your season is going to begin towards the second half of the month with just a lot of mental energy and activation. And yeah, Mercury moving into conjunction with Uranus is like a lightning bolt when it comes to like insights. Now, your chart is ruled by Mercury, and what you guys are going to find is that the month actually starts off with Mercury moving through Taurus in your 12th house. So for some of you early Geminis, you're going to feel like, you know, the beginning of May is still kind of preparing, kind of clearing out, getting ready for Gemini season to begin. And when Mercury is moving through, you know, Taurus in the 12th house, that's actually going to be happening on the 3rd. So it's going to go into this house, and there's going to be this emphasis on inner reflection, dreams, intuition, also like healing. So you guys might find that you need a little bit more rest, or you're kind of trying to focus on kind of getting some peace. And then on May the 5th, you're going to see Mercury in your 12th house come into a square to Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th. Now, this can bring some intense subconscious insights, especially about how you see the world, or there could be debates over culture or kind of your philosophy. May not be the best travel day either, so just make a note of that on May the 5th. And then on May the 14th, you're going to see a cazimi happening where the Sun and Mercury are going to align in your 12th house. And I think that this is probably going to bring, it'll illuminate spiritual matters. So you might have a download, you might have a dream. Great day to get a reading or do some meditation just for insight. And then finally on the 17th, Mercury is going to move into Gemini. So it's moving into your sign. You guys get the microphone and you're going to use it. And it's going to come into conjunction with Uranus. And that's going to be a huge breakthrough. So I could foresee for some of my Gemini and Gemini rising that you guys suddenly go, okay, I'm booking a flight out of the blue. You know, I'm feeling a little wanderlust. Maybe it means that you're going to start writing a book. You're going to be initiating something legal. Maybe you're going to start teaching, or you're seeking like a teacher or a mentor. And then on the 19th, you're going to see Mercury trine Pluto. So it'll trine Pluto. So that's excellent communication day for you, especially when it comes to communicating something about travel, health, or your beliefs. And Mercury will also square the North and the South node. So this is a major crossroads for you, where it's going to be like, I have to make this decision about, you know, what's happening with my home, my family, and also what's happening with my career. And all eyes are on you. It's really about you and you choosing your own way. And then also just powerful words with Mercury trine Pluto. So those are going to be all like the big ones for you guys for the next couple weeks. On to the other transits, and we're going to go in order. We're going to start off with the full moon that's going to be taking place in Scorpio, and that'll be on the 1st in your natal 6th house of health, pets, anything that deals with your office, your job even, and your habits. Now, this full moon is really where routine matters are kind of reaching a culmination. A job project might complete, a health matter might demand your attention. There can also be this emphasis on something going on with your pets or even your coworkers. And at the time of the full moon, Mars is the ruler. It'll actually be in your 11th house. So to me, this is about like networking opportunities for health, working out with friends, joining a health community, having friends that can support you on trying to kind of get a job finished, or maybe even some like group exercises, you know, to kind of like try and rile the troops and get something done. Then also on the 1st, you're going to see Venus in your sign. So it'll still be in Gemini at the beginning of the month, sextile Saturn. Great energy for you guys. This is where your charm, it flows very easily. And I think friends and commitments just go very well. It does mean that there is a sense of social discipline that you really enjoy. So you enjoy being a part of a group, an association, maybe even a club, and you're going to get maybe recognized for that as well. And then on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury entering into your 12th house. So we talked about how this is kind of like a hidden house. Several weeks where thinking becomes more intuitive, more dreamy, more spiritual, great for inner reflection, just not a lot of greatness for external communication. So you might be feeling like you need a little bit more alone time. You might be focused on kind of healing or resting. There can also be a sense of cleaning or organizing, like hidden spaces. So like closets, drawers, office spaces, things like that. If you feel like cleaning and organizing or decluttering, I would recommend doing that. And then on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aries in your home zone, coming into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your money zone. A lot of activity going on socially. Okay, so like your friends, your groups, parties, invitations, clashing with financial expansion. And I could see this as like you have a lot of social obligations, you have to go, you're spending a lot of money. You're going and you're doing things, you know, with a group, and you're having to contribute, or you're bringing food, or you're bringing gifts. And just watch for overspending, I think I would say, in social situations, or overeating, or just overdoing it. On the 5th of the month is where we see Mercury in Taurus squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So this is that intense subconscious thoughts that are kind of coming up that is either connecting or transforming when it comes to your beliefs. Dreams may be very powerful and very revealing, but I do not recommend traveling on this day. I think there could be some issues with travel, particularly if you're trying to travel internationally, or issues going on with communications with relatives. Then you're going to see on May the 6th, Pluto is going to station retrograde. I don't think it's going to impact you guys that much, to be honest. It is in a fellow air sign, so if you're kind of like 0 to 5 degrees or so, maybe even 6 degrees of Gemini or Gemini rising, Pluto is still trining you throughout this transit, so it's not going to be too heavy. Here, Pluto is wanting to transform something in regards to your beliefs, maybe your education, your worldview is going inward in some way. And it's really about reviewing and reevaluating your philosophy of life. Some of you guys might change travel plans. You might decide that you're going back to school. There can be like a reevaluation when it comes to teaching or something that's legal as well. And on the 9th of the month, you're going to see the last quarter moon that's going to be in Aquarius. So it will be here, squaring the sun in Taurus, here in your 12th house. This is like a breakdown energy before we get into what will be the new moon in Taurus later in May. And I encourage you guys under the last quarter moon in Aquarius to just release old belief systems. You want to ask yourself, what ideologies no longer serve me? What needs to change with an education or with like a travel related plan? Then on the 13th, you'll see an excellent communication day for you. This is where Mercury in Taurus is going to sextile Jupiter in Cancer. I think that this could mean that there's definitely spiritual insights that are guiding you when it comes to financial matters or when it comes to abundance. You might have like something lucky happen unexpectedly with money, and dreams about money or about winning something or gaining something can be like precognitive during that transit. You're just also going to be making any financial decisions more on kind of like a gut intuitive level, so pay attention to that as well when it comes to spending. And on the 14th, you're going to see a Mercury cazimi happening in Taurus. So this will be in your 12th house where Mercury is you and home and family. The sun represents siblings or travel. So I could see some of my Gemini risings that are traveling internationally under this transit. I could also see this as a time where it's kind of a big deal because your chart ruler, Mercury, is getting illuminated in a spiritual house. So downloads from the subconscious, pay attention to your dreams, intuition, and synchronicities that are trying to kind of tell you something, write them down because the sun represents the 3rd house of writing. Now on the 16th of the month, we'll have a new moon in Taurus in your 12th house. And this is going to be where we set intentions for spiritual growth. It's going to be about healing. It's going to be about releasing old patterns, finding inner peace. Take some time to kind of get cozy, get comfy. Get out in nature is something I'd recommend with a Taurus new moon in your 12th house. Reflect on what happened with that cazimi as well, because it gave you some insights before you set intentions here. On the 16th, you'll also see Mars and Chiron coming into conjunction in the late degrees of Aries in your 11th house of home and of friends and networks and society. And this is giving you the opportunity to heal friendships and also group belonging. You can experience a sense of feeling socially rejected. And old wounds about kind of like fitting in might be surfacing for you to transform. There can also be tips that you can see with friends or issues with people online. On the 17th of the month, Mercury will be in Gemini and coming into conjunction with Uranus in your sign. So particularly 0 to 3 degrees of Gemini or Gemini rising. Pay attention to this energy. This tells me that this is kind of like your moment because your ruler is coming into conjunction with Uranus and it's going to make your mind feel like electrified. Breakthrough ideas, innovative thinking, saying unexpected things, putting your foot in your mouth. I think some of you guys are going to get really excited about starting a new group program, or maybe some of you guys are going to be planning to travel with friends. It's also possible that there's going to be like sudden opportunities to travel like out of the blue and you're feeling like, spur of the moment, let's just go somewhere. And then on the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into Taurus, where it's going to be spending about 6 weeks in your subconscious zone. Mars rules friends. It's also about work and your habits. And some of you guys might feel like you're just needing a little bit more alone time. It can also mean that your energy kind of feels like it's going behind the scenes a little bit, and you might need more time for rest, maybe spiritual practice, and also retreat. Just don't push too hard externally. Try to slow down and kind of take your time. Keep an eye on your health, as well as Mars rules your 6th. Then on the 18th of the month, Venus enters Cancer, and she's going to drop into your 2nd house of money and income. Venus loves being in the 2nd house, and as Venus goes through this house, it's going to be several weeks where money matters can actually be more beneficial. You can be feeling a little bit more nurturing or more sentimental about physical objects or money. Comfort spending increases, so like home goods, delicious foods, luxury spending on clothes, cosmetics, like jewelry, that's pretty common. And it's also going to be a time where your values are shifting towards security as Venus goes through this house. On the 19th of the month, we have an excellent communication day for you, Gemini. This is where Mercury in your sign will trine Pluto and Aquarius in your 9th. And this is wonderful because this tells me that your words are really going to carry a lot of transformative power, especially when it comes to beliefs. If you're involved in education or legal matters or travel, it's going to be extra good for you. But even if you're not, the topics of teaching, publishing, or sharing your wisdom is definitely going to get highlighted from that trine. Same day, Mercury will also square the nodes. So it squares the North and the South node, where your home and family, 4th house, career, and kind of destiny, 10th house are being kind of like it's creating pressure, right? You have to make a decision about, are you focusing on your goals out in the world and how people see you? Or are you making decisions that's best for your home and your family? So you're going to feel like you're at a crossroads, and your communication this day is very karmic, especially between career and home. So what you say on this day, what you sign, what you agree to is going to affect your path. So just be mindful of how you're communicating with others. On the 21st of May, the sun enters into Gemini, so your season officially begins. This basically means that, your birthday season, if you're a Gemini sun, is coming up soon. If you're a Gemini rising, it's going to be more about just more attention and energy on you. Sun is about, learning, reading, writing, sharing, connecting. So some of you guys might feel more chatty, more communicative. Maybe you're traveling, and it's really putting you in the spotlight with the sun moving through your sign. And with the sun and Uranus and Mercury there, you guys are you're just like lit up all month long. Now on the 22nd of the month, Venus in Cancer in your money house will come into a square with Neptune in Aries in your friendship house. You have to be careful about financial idealization. There can also be a sense of there being some confusion involving relationships with friends. And I would just say, Gemini, watch for being too generous or potentially getting deceived in group money situations. Also on the 22nd, Venus will trine the North Node in Pisces. So this is beautiful because that means that your values are aligning with your career destiny, and what you kind of treasure is somehow supporting your professional path. So there can be good things happening money-wise at work. There could be raises. There could be a sense of you feeling finally recognized and valued for the work that you're doing. And then on the 22nd, this is a big day, the sun in conjunction to Uranus in Gemini, okay? Revolutionary, obviously, your identity is kind of like being awakened when the sun and Uranus come into conjunction, and there can be unexpected insights about who you are. You may surprise yourself on this day. You might surprise others. I would say embrace the changes and the revolution that's going on. You're going to be feeling like chatty Cathy. There's going to be a lot of social opportunities going on with Sun and Mercury and, Uranus being there. But some of you guys also might start writing. You might start learning a language. You might go on a short distance trip. You might suddenly decide to move. And then on the 23rd, we're going to have a first quarter moon in Virgo, where the moon's in Virgo. It's going to square the sun in Gemini. And this is going to put a little bit of pressure on you, Gemini, because it's going to have to square the sun, Uranus, and Mercury that day. And I think that for some Gemini and Gemini risings, they're going to find that there's going to be a change in their living situation or potentially with their family. And action will be needed at home or with family. And you're going to find that domestic tasks are going to require your attention on this day. So try to hang in there. On the 24th, you'll see the sun in your sign sextiling Neptune in Aries. I like this energy because you can be feeling very inspired with your self-expression, and it's flowing amongst like a group or a collective or your friends. And your creativity can be very magnetic, especially in social situations. So definitely show people what you're creating and what you have to say. On the 25th, Mars in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars will be in your 12th house of what's hidden and subconscious, and it's going to square Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th house of travel, higher mind, and beliefs. This is likely going to bring some hidden frustrations that can kind of clash, and it can be like, you know, belief transformation, you know, how you see the world, how you see other people. Subconscious anger is pretty common when Mars goes through the 12th house. So there can be this subconscious anger about ideological matters that begin to kind of surface. Once again, this is a transit that does kind of suggest like difficulty with traveling. So be mindful of like long distance travel or air travel under that transit. And then you will see the next day on the 26th, the sun then comes into a trine with Pluto. So the sun in your sign trining Pluto. Some of you guys are going through that transit, especially if you're like an early Gemini. And this basically means that there is this sense of empowered identity in transformation through your beliefs, through education, through higher knowledge, through teaching, through learning. And your presence kind of carries more of like a philosophical depth under this trine. I love the sun trine Pluto because it's like, I can do anything, I can make anything happen. I think some of you guys will be traveling, to be honest with you. And on the 29th, you're going to see Venus in your money house in Cancer, then square Saturn. Now, I think that, you know, with that square, some of you guys will feel financial restrictions that involves friends or your community in some way, and money and social connections can feel a little limited. So especially if you are overspending with the squares to Jupiter, then when you see the square to Neptune or Saturn, like, you know, people might be like, oh yeah, pay for dinner, I'll pay you back. And then they don't pay you, you know, or there's like some group travel thing that you're doing and they're like, you know, like, I'll pay you for it. And then they cancel, you know, that kind of stuff can happen. So be mindful of anything where other people are having to kind of pitch in. And then on the 31st, we're going to see a full moon that's going to be taking place in Sagittarius in your natal 6th house. And this is going to be around 9 degrees of Sag. So if you are a Gemini, that's like 8, 9, 10 degrees. This is exactly opposing you as the sun goes through your sign and the moon goes through your 7th house. Wowzers. Slight trine to the nodes too. So the mutable signs are really going to feel that. My thought is that, you know, a full moon in the 7th house does bring up some kind of culmination with relationships, but it can be business partners, it can be clients. If you're single, it could be a time where you meet somebody, and I would just say, watch for relationship revelations. It can involve also like money and social connections too, and it can also be bringing up money because the ruler Jupiter is in your 2nd house. So you may actually receive like a nice gift from somebody with Jupiter in Cancer. It could be a gift from your home, that somebody could be bringing you a cake for your birthday. Somebody could give you some nice jewelry. Partners can be a little bit more generous, and it can just be big defining moments in relationships like engagements, getting married, and also separations. And I think this month, your guys' best days are going to be May 14th and May 17th. That's the Mercury-Uranus conjunction. The 21st and the 22nd, when you see the sun Cazimi with Uranus, the 24th and the 26th. Now, the most challenging days that you guys are going to experience this month are going to be May the 5th, the 16th, the 19th, the 22nd, the 25th, and the 29th. My goodness, Gemini, this is going to be like a birthday month to remember. If you're a May Gemini, just because of the sheer conjunctions to Uranus and the trines to Pluto, I think for the most part, you guys actually have, even in spite of the Uranus stuff, a much easier run this month than some of the other signs. And I'm not just telling you that. Venus and Jupiter being in your money house, I mean, you know, these planets that are trining Pluto and they're also sextiling, you know, Saturn and Neptune. I like it. I think it's going to be a very exciting month. So let me know what happens. I would just say expect the unexpected about yourself with the Uranus conjunctions. And let's see what the tarot says for you for the month ahead. Oh, wow. I love this. You guys get the Fool card. Where are you guys traveling for your birthday month? That's what I want to know. I think even if you're not traveling this month, you might be planning things for next month. But this is a fresh start. This is a new beginning, taking a leap of faith, something unexpected. Ironically, the Fool card is associated with Uranus. It's about jumping into something new. So with that happening in your first house of new beginnings. Also, you know, coming into the sun, beginning Gemini season, and the sun, Mercury, and Uranus all hovering there. There's something new about yourself that you're going to see this month. And it could be a new hairstyle. It could be a new, you know, change with that, what you're wearing or the colors that you're wearing. But I think you're going to surprise yourself. And I think this is a month that you're willing to take risks and you're really open to kind of having a blank slate. So very excited to see what happens for you guys this month. You'll have to let me know what happens. And once again, if it's your birthday, happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. Hey Cancer and Cancer rising, welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm really excited to connect with you guys for the month ahead and talk about what is going on. Obviously, you know, I'm going to take you through the most kind of like important transits connected to your chart ruler, and then I'm going to take you through everything else. Cancer, we have 2 full moons this month. Prepare yourself. But there's going to be 2 of them. So we're going to see right on the 1st of May, there is going to be a full moon in Scorpio in your 5th house. Pretty friendly, although Scorpio full moons are intense. But it does, you know, obviously make aspects to your sign. So if you have anything that's going to be around 10, 11, 12 degrees of Cancer, sun, moon, or rising, this will trine you. And I think you guys will dig that. Good for romance, creativity, children, pregnancy, you know, big news involving children, dating again, and creative business, okay? Working for yourself, having your own business or anything that deals with parenting, because the ruler is going to be at the 10th house of the chart in Aries. Then we're going to see there will be a new moon in Taurus on the 16th of the month. That's going to be in your 11th house of friends, allies, and associations, where you're setting new goals, new dreams, wanting to kind of connect with new people. And then at the end of the month on the 31st, we're going to see a full moon in Sagittarius in your 6th house, which is very interesting because even though you don't really have a lot in common with Sagittarius, the ruler is going to be in your 1st. So that's going to be a full moon that's big when it comes to health, healing, pets, changes with your job, traveling for work. I also think that I would just really pay attention to my health, knowing that the full moon is going to be highlighting Jupiter in your sign. Now, I know many of you guys have been really striving to have healthier habits, be working out more, be taking care of your mental health better. And you're probably really going to start to see the effects of that, I think, under like the full moon with Jupiter direct in your sign. Okay. So we'll get through all of the other ones. We're going to talk about the first and the last quarter squares as well, because those will be impacting you. But because the moon changes signs every 2.5, like 3 days, you gotta have to keep an eye on the moon. So I do recommend listening to my astro weather on Sunday so you can see me go through that. Pick up a transit calendar on my website if that is something that would help you guys keep an eye on that. And do check out the moon videos. I'm actually putting this out at the end of April. So I do have like the full moon in Scorpio video that's already out if you want to take a look. All right, so on to the transits for my Cancer and Cancer risings. What we're going to find is, yes, May 1st is that full moon that you're going to have in Scorpio. And, you know, Scorpio full moon gets kind of like a bad rap because obviously Scorpio can be an intense place to have a moon, let alone a full moon. But I think for you, it's going to be really lovely because it's going to be about creative projects, maybe romance, child matters, reaching culmination. And I think it's about joy related to, you know, creative things or self-expressive things, and maybe clarity about what's bringing you pleasure. Exceptionally strong for those of you guys who are wanting to launch a creative project or business out into the world, okay? Then on the 1st, we're also going to see Venus in Gemini, which is going to be starting the month off in your 12th house, coming into a sextile, and it's going to be making a sextile, oops, wrong way, to Saturn in Aries in your natal 10th house. Now, this is a little bit more behind the scenes, but spiritual pleasures with Venus in your 12th can be supporting your career and your discipline. Hidden gifts maybe that start to arise that help you kind of, you know, promote yourself professionally. This can be things like taking new photos. Maybe you are doing a lot of work behind the scenes and, you know, you're yet to get recognition, but it starts to kind of show. And then on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter into Taurus. So it will move into your 11th house. And this is going to be all about thinking about friendships, groups, and also future plans. And it's going to become a little bit more practical here. I also think that, as Mercury goes into the 11th house, it's highlighting your 3rd house, and it's also highlighting your 12th house. So there could be some unexpected invitations, unexpected travel. You could be connecting with online groups. You could be traveling with friends. And then on the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Aries square Jupiter in your sign. Now bring out your red marker. I want you guys to circle the 4th of May, Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. But basically, Mars is going to be hanging out in your career zone, Aries, and it's going to be putting Jupiter in your sign in a squeeze. So if you have anything that's going to be around 19 to 22 degrees of Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, be very mindful of this square, because there can be a lot of conflict at work. There can be some combativeness, some ego clashes, or just having to work too much, and that is really kind of clashing with your own personal needs, emotions, or kind of expansion. Watch for professional overconfidence, like affecting your well-being, or just where you're burning the candle at both ends. On the 5th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. Now, this is an 11th to 8th house square, so there can be intense thoughts about friends, difficult conversations with friends about money. There could be like debates over shared resources, and just kind of like heavy social conversations that you're having to have, or just discussing things that feel kind of uncomfortable in like a social environment. On the 6th of the month, Pluto will station retrograde. So it's going to start retrograding for the next several months in your 8th house of shared resources, intimacy, and kind of private matters. And this is going to be going from about 5 to about 2 degrees of Aquarius over the next couple of months. Not directly impacting you because you're a water sign, but still, nevertheless, it is possible that all of these topics become more inward. So old power dynamics can resurface as you're working through internal power struggles or vulnerability issues. Stuff like taxes, dealing with inheritances, money that's owed, all of that stuff is kind of getting reworked in some way. And then on the 9th, you'll have the last quarter moon in Aquarius. So the moon moves through Aquarius in this 8th house. It's coming into a square with Taurus in your 11th house, the sun. This tells me that now it's time to release around shared resources or intimacy patterns, and you need to ask yourself what needs to shift. Am I not socializing enough? Am I isolating myself too much? Am I avoiding difficult financial conversations with friends? Am I not telling them kind of like what changes I've got going on emotionally or psychologically? On the 13th of the month, we have an excellent communication day for you, Cancer. This is where Mercury in Taurus in your friend zone will sextile Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house. So this tells me you have really good communication that's going on, socially. So maybe you're being invited to things. Maybe you have friends that are now stepping up and supporting kind of your personal growth. Friends are maybe encouraging you to kind of expand in some way, and that could be when it comes to work, when it comes to health or productivity. On the 14th of the month, there will be a Mercury Cazimi in Taurus. And this is really where you get clarity about friendships and your future goals. There could be some kind of group announcement, or a friend kind of lets you in on a secret, and insights about your community as well as your dreams are likely going to be unfolding. On the 16th of the month, we then have a new moon in Taurus in your natal 11th house of friends. And this is a great time to set intentions for your community. If you want to get out there and start a group, if you want to join a group, if you want to network, if you are wanting to make new friends, or just be involved in something, connected to a future vision. And also set intentions when it comes to your dreams, because dreams, hopes, and wishes, that's all the 11th house. So what are you dreaming about? What are you hoping to kind of bring in? On the 16th, we will also see Mars conjunct Chiron in the sign of Aries. And this can be a little tricky for you guys because it is happening in an angular house. Especially if you're like 27 to 29 degrees of Cancer or Cancer rising, this will square you. But this is saying that this is about career healing. Touch wood, but be careful for getting hurt on the job. Bumping your head, hitting your head, kind of wounds or kind of gashes on your face. Those are things that you want to be really careful about. I think that this is really trying to get you to, heal old wounds about whether or not you feel successful, if you feel capable, if you're getting recognized professionally. That's likely to surface, so that way you can kind of heal and transform that. On the 17th, Mercury then enters into Gemini in your 12th, and it comes in a conjunction with Uranus. First of all, Uranus in the 12th house is notorious for precognitive dreams, and maybe it disrupts your sleep cycle a little bit at first, but when Mercury is in this house, it can be a time where there's a lot of just strong intuitive gut feelings, or there's kind of like visions or intuition that you have about the future. And I think that for you guys, there could be the sense of like dreams becoming almost like electric and, like I said, precognitive, and subconscious breakthroughs as well. Great day for a reading, whether that's like tarot or astrology. You will really get some really insightful kind of news. On the 18th of the month, Mars will enter into the sign of Taurus. So it's going to be leaving your 10th house of work, going into your 11th house of play, and it's going to be there for like 6 weeks or so. This basically means that there's a lot more action and energy when it comes to your social life. You're more active in groups, you're really motivated by future plans. You may feel like this is great for team building exercises at work, great for networking professionally, but also it's possible that if you're getting out there and you're socializing, there could be a chance to meet somebody. So if you're a single Cancer or Cancer rising, you have to go and be where the people are, you know, and if you're going out where the people are and you're doing activities that may be outside or involving art or cooking, so think like taking a cooking class, going and being a part of a hiking group, getting involved with a gardening club. Those kinds of things will allow you to meet like-minded people and potentially find love. Then you're going to see on the 18th, Venus enters your sign. So this is a wonderful transit for you because the goddess is going to be visiting you for several weeks, Cancer. So take a picture, because when Venus is in your sign, you're going to look extra beautiful, especially towards the end of it next month when it hits Jupiter. And you're more magnetic, you're more charming. This is great for self-care and also kind of like, you know, beautification in any way. It's highly favored and you'll be attracting good things. On the 19th, you're going to see Mercury in Gemini in your 12th, trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 8th. Now, this is powerful, but it's happening in like moksha houses. So it basically means that it's not necessarily going to be action. It's going to be more something that you feel emotionally. Powerful spiritual insights happen, and it's all about transformation and how you approach intimacy and money matters. You might have some key insights there. And at the same time, Mercury will also be squaring your north and your south node. So I think it's going to be testing you in terms of, you know, what do you not know when it comes to your money and your resources? What big decisions are you making about maybe education or traveling or your philosophy about the world? And really, I think like, you know, it's karmic when we see these squares. So it can be that your inner voice is telling you something that you really need to hear. On the 21st of the month, the sun will enter into your 12th house. And so for several weeks, it'll be illuminating kind of like your subconscious house. And this is a time where, you know, you're resting before you get into what will eventually be Cancer season next month. So there's almost a sense of reevaluating what's happened the entire last year, what you want to take with you, what you want to let go of. And it's time for rest. It's time for spiritual reflection, retreat, and also potentially some release. Then on the 22nd of the month, you're going to have Venus in your sign, first house, squaring Neptune. Now you need to watch this because this can be a day where you very easily overlook something at work. It can also be where there's some confusion about your self-image, or maybe there's some career idolation that's going on. Don't believe the fog about how you appear professionally. And also be mindful of your appearance, and other people may not like jive with what you're wearing or how you're kind of presenting yourself, or they might kind of question your style preferences that day. And on the 22nd at the same time, we will see Venus that's trining the North Node in Pisces. So your presence alone with Venus in your sign is aligning with travel, philosophy, growth, education, and really being yourself is what's going to support your spiritual growth. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the sun conjunct Uranus in your 12th house. Sun rules money and values, so be mindful because this can be a time where something can go missing or there can be financial losses unexpectedly. But it can also be about this like revolutionary spiritual awakening. Unexpected subconscious thoughts and kind of like the hidden suddenly becomes clear. So you might have breakthroughs about, you know, how to get to writing if you're a writer. So if you've had creative, writer's block, that can kind of subside. It can also materialize as a time where there could be some unexpected changes with finances or breakthrough with finances as well. On the 23rd, you're going to see the first quarter moon that's going to be in Virgo, where the moon's in your 3rd house, squaring the sun in Gemini in your 12th house. And this is what we call like the crisis and consciousness phase of the lunar cycle before we actually get into what will be later in the month when we have the full moon in Sag. Mutable signs, they need change. This tells me that it's about action in communication. So it could be documents you have to sign, conversations you have to have, or with siblings. And you really need to say what is needed to be said. Don't hide away from having conversations with people or from travel if it's necessary. On the 24th of the month, the Sun in Gemini in your 12th will sextile Neptune. And this is great because you can actually get a lot of work done, I think, behind the scenes. Maybe there's more spiritual kind of inspiration that's like serving your career, and you're really tapped into the vision of what it is you're working on. And your dreams are really kind of like informing your professional direction, or you're listening to your gut a little bit more. On the 25th of the month, Mars in Taurus, which will be in your 11th house of friends, is going to come into a square with Pluto and Aquarius in your 8th house of joint money and finances. This can cause a little bit of drama where you can see that there could be some friend or group actions that kind of trigger power struggles, but it's also about transformation. So maybe there's some kind of beef that you have with somebody socially or something online. Don't let social dynamics drain you energetically or financially, because there can be some challenges in finances between you and like a group or like a friendship. Then you will see on the 26th, the Sun, which will be in your 12th house, will trine Pluto. And this is quiet but powerful, where there's more of this empowered kind of spiritual transformation that's taking place. Transforming how you think, your mind, how you see the future. And your inner work that you're doing is really kind of like deeply healing, and it can be healing psychological matters, intimacy matters. This could be great for therapy. This could be great for just journaling or doing some kind of spiritual practice on that day. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Venus in your sign, Cancer, coming into a square with Saturn. So that may not feel so great. That's one of the tricky days that you're going to have. Your charm is very strong with Venus in your sign, but there's almost like some, kind of like career restrictions that are coming up where you feel like you're trying to smooth things over with somebody professionally, but they're kind of stern, or they're not willing to kind of work with you, or they can be very critical. Professional relationships might feel challenging or limited, and you have to really exercise patience with authority figures. So it could be cops, judges, parents, bosses, all of these people. Don't let them kind of like, get your goat if they're being a little bit more critical of you than usual. And then finally on the 31st, we have that full moon that's going to be in Sagittarius in your 6th house, where work and health matters are culminating. Sometimes a job situation clarifies. Sometimes you get some kind of results when it comes to your health. Maybe this is when you're seeing the results of having made all these changes in your health and your habits that finally start to kind of come full circle. So your best days this month, Cancer, I think are going to be the 13th, 14th, 16th, and 18th. And then also the 22nd, 24th, and 26th. The challenging days are going to be May 4th, 5th, and 16th. Obviously, 16th could go either way. And the 22nd, the 25th, and the 29th. For you, Cancer rising, I think the benefits this month are definitely going to be Venus moving into your sign. I think that's going to be wonderful. And I also think that this is kind of like a glow up moment for you. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy becoming a little bit more magnetic and kind of like sought after, and definitely enjoy being adored. All right, so let's take a look and see what does the tarot say for you guys for the month ahead. What advice can you give my Cancers and my Cancer risings? Oh, wow, I love this for you guys. You get the Queen of Wands. Obviously, you're a water sign, but you can be channeling the Queen of Wands energy, which is kind of fiery and feisty. But it can also mean that there's like an Aries, a Sag, or a Leo that's kind of getting involved in some things this month. When I think of the Queen of Wands, I think about how Venus is moving through your sign, but she's kind of struggling with Saturn and Neptune and Aries. So there's like a side of you that's like, do I want to focus on being, kind of like playing it safe, being cautious, being sweet, being, kind of like keeping to myself, or do I want to really continue to lean on this new, Aries energy that's come into your career and your public standing life, where you're bold, you're assertive, you're independent, you're getting things done, you're moving and you're shaking. And so there can be like a sense of you going, how much is too much out in the world? And especially when Venus is squaring some of those planets, you can feel like, man, like being nice, like it's not getting me where I need to go, you know? And it may mean that you realize that you kind of need to kind of keep a tight ship. Anyway, watch for this energy to come through. Try to be dynamic, be bold, take chances, take risks. If you see a fire sign, particularly a woman that comes in to kind of assist you or aid you in some way, I would say welcome that. Maybe that's Mars going into your 11th house where, you know, you're kind of seeking support from allies and other people to kind of boost what's going on with you professionally. And above all, I would say be confident, because the Queen of Wands is very confident. So I hope you guys enjoy the month of May, and I will catch you back here in June. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what we've got going on in the stars for you this month. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about the sun and what's going on with the sun this month because that is your ruler. So what you need to know is that the sun is starting the month in the sign of Taurus, and it's going to be moving through your 10th house of career, reputation, and personal status. So it's continuing to put a spotlight on your career and your public life or reputation. Professional matters are very much activated, especially because we're going to see a new moon that's going to be taking place in Taurus in your 10th house. And that's going to be really highlighting the importance in really focusing on setting new intentions for your kind of professional standings. Now, we will also see that the sun will leave Taurus and it'll go into Gemini, and that's going to be in your 11th house around the 21st of May. This is really going to be, you know, putting more of the focus on now your friend groups, your social life, connecting, collaborating with other people, maybe short distance trips with friends. And in between that time period, you'll see the Sun and Mercury cazimi in your 10th house, which is going to probably illuminate professional communication. And then you're going to see on the 22nd, the sun will cazimi with Uranus in your 11th house, which is likely going to be creating a lot of like revolutionary new social connections, new networks, new friends, and obviously kind of like party time in a way. And you'll also see the sun that's going to sextile Neptune on the 24th. Okay, so it'll sextile Neptune here, which is good for community and traveling or learning. And you're also going to see the sun trine Pluto, which is going to be very powerful when it comes to your presence and kind of like drawing in an audience, attention, or romantic partners, because Pluto's in your house of relationships. So lots of sun things that are going to be going on this month for you guys. And we'll go a little bit more depth into them as they go through each and every one of the transits. So we're going to start first with the beginning of the month, where we're going to see a full moon in the sign of Scorpio. And this will be on May the 1st. If you happen to have any Leo placements, I would say 8, 9, 10 degrees even 11. Well, yeah, we'll say about 9 to 11 degrees of Leo. This is going to be squaring you, okay? And I'm just going to say this. I read the comments, guys, and I know that it's been particularly challenging for Leo and Leo risings, and I've heard and seen what Leo risings have been saying, and a lot of it's just been because we have just had a sheer like large amount of planets, you know, that first went through Aquarius earlier in the year. And, you know, now you're going to see in this next month, they're going through Taurus. And whenever that happens, when planets are in fixed signs, right? Scorpio, Aquarius, or Taurus, it's squaring you by sign. And it creates a lot of pressure. And you see that there is like change in one area that kind of ricochets all over your chart. So like, I hear you. I know it's been difficult. But in my opinion, as somebody who has planets in these houses where the transits that you guys are experiencing, this creates grit. That pressure that it's putting on you to evolve and transform is there's like a method to the madness. It's not just like the universe punishing you. And you're going to actually get a bit of a reprieve once we're getting into into Gemini season. But I got to be real with you. There's going to be a Scorpio full moon that's going to be in your 4th house. And it's going to ricochet all over this chart because as you see, the moon will be in Scorpio, Pluto's in Aquarius, you're going to have planets going through Taurus, and then you're the missing piece of the puzzle. So we're going to have more or less almost like a grand fixed cross in the skies for you guys under the Scorpio full moon. So that'll be in your 4th house of home, family, emotional foundation matters, and they will culminate. So things like buying a house, selling a house, moving, family matters, things like that are all going to come up. And a domestic situation can reach a solution. Now, it doesn't mean it has to be a crisis, but it's ruled by Mars And Mars is going to technically still be in your 9th house. So some of you guys may have to be, traveling to get back from home or getting to home, or there's some kind of, legal matter involving home. So some of you guys who are trying to get, paperwork to relocate or to travel, that kind of stuff. And so sometimes you'll find yourself going back home or being with family under this full moon too. But yes, this one can be a little intense, so be prepared. Also on the 1st, you're going to see Venus in Gemini. So Venus is in your house of friends, and that's going to be sextiling Saturn and Aries. So you'll actually have a lot of support from friends, if you need it. This also means that there can be more social kind of pleasures that are supporting your beliefs, your travel, your education, with discipline. And friends are actually encouraging you to travel, to explore, to learn, and you've got like community that's kind of rallying for you. On the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Taurus, where now your mind is very much focused on your career and professional matters. Career communications can become very practical. They can become very grounded. Mercury deals with money, so you're really willing to kind of wheel and deal and negotiate. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more enthusiastic about making money or working. And on the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mars and Aries in your 9th house, where there's a lot of action going on with education, traveling, or learning, squaring Jupiter in Cancer. Now, this can mean that you're trying to take on too much at one time. You're trying to travel, you're trying to publish something, you're trying to take classes. Maybe there's increased pressure because of legal issues, and there is this belief aggression that can come up that can clash with your spiritual expansion. So watch for being a little too dogmatic and how it can kind of affect your inner peace. And then on May the 5th, you're going to have Mercury in Taurus in your 10th house of career, squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house of relationships. Intense career thoughts connecting to partnership, power dynamics. So things like where you're not seeing eye to eye with your business manager or your business partner, where you're having a conflict with a partner about your career or about your work. This can also mean that there's just heavy professional conversations. So like make a note on May the 5th. This is not the day to be going back and forth and having conflict, potentially, like with your partner, with your boss. Then you're going to see on May the 6th, Pluto is going to station retrograde in Aquarius in your 7th house in your opposite sign. So if you're an early Leo, 4, 5, 6 degrees, you have been under a Pluto opposition this year. So that's, yes, it's a challenging transit. You're having to confront a lot of changes happening in relationships or with family relationships, Pluto. And now you're going to see that it's going to be partnership transformation that's going inward. So old relationship wounds, old power dynamics might be surfacing for deep review. Ex-partners can come back. You can be reevaluating existing relationships. You can be reassessing whether or not you want to get into relationships, and partnerships might be impacting something about where you're living or your home or your family. On the 9th of the month, you're going to see the last quarter moon in Aquarius. So that means that the moon's going through your 7th, squaring the sun in your 10th. And it's a lot of some of the same squares. It's saying, all right, now it's time, before we get into the new moon in Taurus, to release partnership patterns. What relationship dynamics need adjustment? And that could be professionally or in your romantic life. So take your pick. On the 13th of the month, you'll see Mercury in Taurus sextiling Jupiter in Cancer. So Mercury in your career house, sextiling Jupiter in your spiritual zone. Great communication day. I think career communications will expand. There could be good news coming from work, but it's through spiritual insights, intuition, and hunches. And your professional intuition is going to be on fire. You're going to be very accurate about some things that are kind of going on at work. On the 14th, we'll see Mercury Cazimi in Taurus. Now, this is going to be interesting to watch because this is the last one that's going to be with the sun in Taurus. Now it's going to move into Gemini. You are the sun. Uranus is somebody else. And when the sun and Uranus meet in the 10th house, a positive manifestation of this is, okay, you pick up a new client, you work with somebody, that has a pretty well-known reputation. You could meet somebody at work. There could be a new professional or romantic relationship that's starting. But career clarity, I think, is what's going to happen. And I say the Uranus conjunction because you're going to see, sun that's going to be meeting with Uranus right around there, actually in Gemini. So, it's first going to be the Mercury Cazimi. So career clarity, professional insights, and breakthroughs in regards to communication in your public path. And the sun is you and Mercury is going to be about money, and it's also going to be about some announcement. So it's a good time to make an announcement for an audience or an announcement with people at work. And then on the 16th, then you have a new moon in Taurus around 25 degrees. So if you have 24, 25, 26 degrees of Leo, you're going to feel the effects of the square. But this is the one time a year you get a new moon in your career zone. So this gives you the opportunity to say, okay, I want to set new powerful career intentions. I want to, in 6 months, start a new career. I want to launch a business. I want to bring in more business. I want to be a manager or get a raise. So you want to set powerful intentions and plant some of those career seeds. Same day on the 16th, Mars and Chiron are going to meet in Aries in your 9th house. So this is really trying to get you to think about healing around beliefs. Maybe it's education or feeling kind of like intellectually inadequate. It can also be about there's, conflict going on in a legal matter and old kind of wounds that are coming up in regards to your worldview that is needing to surface so they can be healed. On the 17th of the month, Mercury will enter into the sign of Gemini, and it'll go into conjunction with Uranus. And so Mercury rules friends. Obviously, the sun's going to be kind of nearby there as well pretty soon. And so I look at this and I'm like, all right, I think a lot of my Leo risings are going to realize that friends are what they truly value. Having solid community, having people you can fall back on. Maybe there is just like a wild party, an exciting invitation, a social event, and it's just really revolutionary when it comes to your social connections. Definitely joining a new group or association could happen, be that in person or online. And unexpected friend news and innovative ideas about your future. On the 18th, we are going to see Mars entering into Taurus, where it'll spend about 6 weeks where you are just majorly kind of getting revved up and feeling like you have a lot more motivation and determination when it comes to your career. Drive will be very high for you professionally, and you're going to be feeling more ambitious and like you want to take action. And it might also mean that, you are somehow trying to get out of the house and getting into your job, or that there may be job things that are happening that's incentivizing you to consider moving or relocating. On the 18th, we will see Venus enter Cancer in your 12th house, and Venus is connected to the mind, thinking, learning, traveling, as well as career. So with Venus in the 12th house, this is about hidden pleasures. So there can be like little secret romantic rendezvous going on. It's about spiritual love. It's also about maybe retreating into like self-care and beauty when it comes to solitude. On the 19th, Mercury in Gemini in your friendship zone is going to trine Pluto in Aquarius in your relationship zone. This is great for powerful social communications, transforming your partnerships, group invitations, and I think your network somehow influencing your relationship. So friends could want to introduce you to powerful people. They could play matchmaker. They're going to want to connect you to someone. And on the same day, Mercury is going to square the North and South node. So Mercury is squaring South node in your money house, North node in your joint finances house. It looks like an important conversation that you're going to have with a friend, and just kind of at a karmic crossroads socially. And maybe you feel like it'll have an impact on your money or your values or your shared resources. Almost like a friend's going to give you some advice that is something that you really need when it comes to reassessing your values. And I think it's just kind of like destined. And the 21st, you will see the sun enter Gemini. So now the sun, Uranus, and Mercury are all going to be here. And the sun will come into conjunction with Uranus, your ruler. And that means that there's just going to be like a very lively kind of like social couple of days where friends, groups, and future visions are all getting highlighted. That'll be on the 22nd, by the way. And then on the 22nd, we see Venus square Neptune. So Venus in your private kind of home, kind of hidden zone where you're resting, recuperating, is going to square Neptune. Be careful here with traveling. Be careful here when it comes to confusion in love or kind of belief idealization, because things can feel very hidden and very foggy. So there could be some misunderstanding or like some translation issues. Literally, Venus rules your third of language. And then you'll also see at the same time that Venus is going to trine the North node in Pisces. So this tells me that it's about spiritual love. It's also going to be about hidden pleasures aligning with your destiny and, transformation, 8th house, and what you do in private that supports your evolution. So what are you doing privately for your home, your family, or your emotions? Resting, healing, certainly being more generous, giving to people could be one of them. And then also on the 22nd, the sun conjuncts Uranus. That's a very busy day. And so this is kind of like, okay, new social connections, parties, your future vision is kind of becoming clear, unexpected friends, surprising group developments, your role in community somehow transforms. I've seen a lot of like Leo and Leo risings that are doing some really interesting collaborations, like people who have always done their own thing, but now they're like collaborating with other content creators. I've also seen it as like a time where a lot of you guys are having a lot of changes in relationships. And so you're like, I'm just going out there. I just want to be with my friends, you know, or I just need support from my community. On the 23rd will be the first quarter moon in Virgo, where the moon's in Virgo in your money house, and it's going to square the sun in Gemini in your 11th house. This will be coming into what will be the Sag full moon. And what this means is that action is going to be needed with finances. You'll be making money moves, or you'll be making big decisions about what it is that you value or what you're spending money on. On the 24th, you will see the sun in Gemini in your social zone, sextiling Neptune in your 9th house, where likely you're feeling kind of inspired by your social connections, by your friends. Maybe they're supporting your beliefs, they're supporting where your life is going. And friends are definitely a part of and encouraging your spiritual group, and you're really kind of finding your tribe. On the 25th of the month, Mars in your 10th house of career is going to square Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house of relationships. So one thing I'll say with that is, like, especially if you're like 0 to 5 or 6 degrees of Leo or Leo rising, be very mindful of this square, because there's going to be something that's going to come up for like heated debate, or something that people are going to be discussing or kind of arguing over when it comes to, you know, who you are out in the world versus relationships. And these are very public houses. The 7th and the 10th house deal with like publicity and fame. So you're kind of like in the spotlight here in some way. Career actions can also trigger relationship power struggles. So if you have a business partner, you know, if you have clients, even if you're in a committed partnership, there could be some tension between balancing out your career and balancing out your relationship. So it's important to navigate professional and personal balance very carefully under this square. And on the 26th of the month, the sun in your 10th house will trine Pluto. So it almost looks like if you have that, you have certain friends that are going to bat for you, or who are kind of like supporting you. And you'll feel empowered by, you know, your partnerships, and maybe your social presence kind of transforms, and like you're getting more recognition. And your network supports, you know, your relationship evolution too. So if you're going through relationship changes or challenges or big milestones, you're going to have friends that are going to be like celebrating and like supporting you. On the 29th, Venus is going to be in Cancer, and it's going to come into a square with Saturn in Aries in your 9th house. And so here, like, hidden pleasures meet belief restrictions, and there could be spiritual matters that feel heavy. It may be more difficult for you to travel. It may be more difficult when it comes to legal matters or when it comes to educational matters on this day. Finished off by a beautiful full moon in Sagittarius in your natal 5th house. Obviously, this is the house of romance, creative expression, children, personal projects, anything that deals with, you know, dating. So a full moon here, joy reaches its peak, right? And for some Leo and Leo risings, this could represent launching a creative business, you know, announcing a pregnancy, having a baby, you know, big changes going on with your kids, going on a romantic date. And it's ruled by Jupiter, which is in your 12th. So I think it's something that you have been working on creatively behind the scenes that you're now getting ready to reveal. Friendly with you because it's a fire sign, especially if you're like, you know, 8, 9, 10 degrees of Leo. And it's going to trine Saturn. So this is going to be a grand fire trine for you guys, especially the early degree Leos. So looking really creative, really fun, and very excellent at the end of the month. So it's nice to have that kind of like perk there. For you guys, I think your best days are going to be May the 14th, the 16th, the 17th, the 21st, the 22nd, the 24th, and the 26th. But May 5th, May 10th, May 22nd, 25th, and 29th are all going to be some of the more challenging days to navigate. So just make a note of that. All right, Leo rising, so excited to see all these like, you know, energies in Gemini. That's going to give you lots of community support. Obviously the Sun Mercury and Sun Uranus kind of connections that are going to be happening too, I think are going to be really big. And your social world and also your future vision is like really transforming this month. So embrace some of the unexpected, you know, connections and the new friends that are coming in. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. What does Leo and Leo rising need to know for the month of May? I love that card. You get the Ace of Swords, which is very much, I think, this cluster of planets that are going into Gemini, to be honest with you. I think that this is about you making big announcements. And so whether it's going to be the Mercury trine Pluto, the Sun trine Pluto, this is happening in air signs. This is about the element of air. That's what swords is. Intellect, information, contracts, big statements, you know, things that you're releasing or writing. I think a lot of it's about saying you're going to do something and sticking to it. I think it's also about committing to new goals or committing to new networks or associations. And I really feel like this is a time where if you're involved in writing or education or media, it's going to be extra strong, and you're going to be finding that you're kind of like meeting with like-minded people. So I hope you guys enjoy some of those new exciting energies, and I will see you back here in the month of June. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to your horoscopes for the month of May 2026. I'm excited to be back at it with you. I hope you guys are doing well, and we have just so many things that are taking place this month that is impacting you, considering like Mercury. We're going to see a lot of Mercury stuff. We're going to see a lot of Gemini stuff. So it's all about beginning the month, expanding your horizons as planets are kind of moving through your 9th house. So traveling, learning, teaching. And then we're going to shift into more of an emphasis on your career and things that are going to be about your professional life and changes going on with your status and your reputation. So let's start off by talking about Mercury. Obviously, you know, Mercury rules your chart. So wherever Mercury goes is where you are. You begin the month of May as Mercury is going through your 9th house. So maybe this means that, you know, and by the way, that's going to be on the 3rd. We're going to see Mercury go into the 9th house on the 3rd of May. Maybe you're going to be planning trips. Maybe you're going to be signing legal documents. Maybe you're taking courses. Maybe you're studying something or you're learning something. And then you want to watch on May the 5th. Okay, that's going to be the first kind of tricky transit where Mercury in your 5th house is going to square Pluto in your 6th. Now that tells me that there's going to be possibly some intensity revolving around your schedule, how you're communicating with people at work, or anything dealing with employees, or potentially even your health, and tricky stuff between scheduling, work, and also traveling. And then on the 14th of the month, you're going to see a Cazimi. That's going to be happening in Taurus. So there's going to be some kind of like bright idea or insight that you're going to have about your beliefs, or it could be about a legal matter or about travel. And then on the 17th, Mercury dips into Gemini, where it's going to move through your 10th house of career, and Mercury is going to be meeting with Uranus. So Gemini and Gemini risings, there's potentially going to be, Virgo and Virgo risings, there's potentially going to be a lot of unexpected change at work. Go back and think about what happened last summer when Uranus went through Gemini. I know a lot of you guys were like, feeling indecisive or a little restless about, you know, switching jobs or switching careers. I think what's beautiful about being a Virgo rising is that you have Gemini on your midheaven. So this basically means that you can do this and that. Like you guys can pivot, whether it's having a 9-to-5 and having a side hustle, or maybe you're working like 2 different kind of jobs and it's maybe more flexible or freelance. All I'm going to tell you is that there's a lot of work changes this month. So when you see that conjunction between Mercury and Uranus on the 17th. And then you will also see that on May 19th, you know, there is going to be a trine to Pluto that's going to happen with Mercury, and also a square to the north and south nodes. So you're really finding yourself, I think, at a powerful kind of crossroads with your career. And maybe you're kind of feeling like, well, I have to pick a lane, or I have to kind of decide if I'm going to jump into something new that I'm doing. So you guys will have to let me know what happens, and I'm going to break down everything else in between. So we're going to start first at the beginning of the month when we have the full moon. That's going to be in Scorpio, and that's going to be on May the 1st. It'll be taking place in your 3rd house of communication, the mind, contracts, short distance traveling, and siblings. So when you have the full moon here, it's actually ruled by Mars, and Mars is going to be in your 8th house. This tells me that it's possible that you're really focusing on communication, contracts, sibling matters. All of these things can be culminating. Sometimes moving or changes with vehicles. Some of you guys might be, you know, signing tax documents, or maybe you're going to be having important conversations with partners about budgeting or money. Maybe you're planning a trip, or you're moving. And then you're also going to see that a conversation, a writing project, or a local situation like with neighbors or in your community could also resolve. Now on the 1st, you'll see Venus in Gemini in your career zone coming into a sextile with Saturn in Aries. And this means that career pleasures, career growth, abundance is being supported by you being really disciplined when it comes to your personal transformation. Professional success is going to be aiding in shared resources. So you're doing well, maybe you're supporting a partner and vice versa. On the 3rd is when you're going to see Mercury enter into Taurus, and it's going to be moving for several weeks through your 9th house, where your mind is now on expansion. Maybe there's practical thinking about your beliefs, your education, travel, or publishing. At some point over the next couple of weeks, you'll probably find you're finding yourself on an airplane, you're going on a trip, you're taking a course, working with a mentor or a guru. And I think you guys are actually really going to enjoy this. There's going to be some interesting Mercury stuff that's going to happen. On the 4th of the month, Mars in Aries in your 8th house of joint finances is going to square Jupiter. And this tells me that there is this transformative drive with Mars going through your 8th house, but it's clashing with social expansion. So you have to watch for power struggles in group or financial matters. You may also feel like you're having to work harder to be social, get out there, connect with people. Maybe you're finally kind of like turning a corner when it comes to healing something and you're feeling like you can kind of socialize again. Then you're going to see on the 5th of the month, Mercury in Taurus will square Pluto. So it's going to be here. It's going to be squaring Pluto here. That's one of the more challenging days for you guys because it's going to bring up intense thoughts about beliefs or kind of connecting to work or health transformations, and like somehow philosophy or legal matters or travel is going to be impacting your daily life. Then on May the 6th, you'll see Pluto station retrograde, and that's going to be in your 6th house. Now, this means that for the next several months, there's going to be deep work or health transformations that's going on, and it's going on kind of like inward. Maybe old job or kind of body patterns are resurfacing for review. And Pluto's connected to your 3rd house, so it's about your mental mindset. It's about how you talk to yourself. Breathwork exercises would be beneficial, journaling, going for walks or bike rides, just kind of moving the body can definitely help. But it is uncovering and showing you where you kind of need to let go of old, outdated habits. On the 9th of the month, you're going to see the last quarter moon in Aquarius. So the moon's going to be going through Aquarius. It's going to be squaring the sun in Taurus. Basically, this means it's going to show you that there is some release in work or health routines, and you need to ask yourself what daily habits need adjustment. On the 13th, we see an excellent day for you, Virgo. This is where Mercury in Taurus in your 9th house of the higher mind, education, and travel is sextiling with Jupiter in Cancer in your house of friendships and kind of allies. Wonderful for education ideas, expanding through social connections. So think group learning with friends. It can also mean that there's opportunities to plan trips or travel or connect with friends socially. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see the Mercury Cazimi, where the Sun and Mercury will align in Taurus, fellow sister Earth sign, so it's friendly for you. And likely this is going to be showing you where there's brilliant ideas that are coming up about your beliefs. Maybe you have a breakthrough idea about taking a course, writing a book, planning a trip, and there could be major clarity about your worldview that might surprise you because the Sun is kind of connected to that. So there could be some surprise travel plans or changes potentially to travel plans in the future. And then on the 16th, you'll have your new moon in Taurus in your natal 9th house. Setting intentions here for expansion. If you're planning trips, if you're wanting to publish something, if you're wanting to take a course or teach a course, spiritual growth is really strong here as well. And if you happen to be around 24 to 26 degrees of Virgo or Virgo rising, this will be trining you, so it's going to actually be pretty friendly. Then you're going to see on the 16th as well, Mars will conjunct Chiron in Aries, and this is going to happen in your 8th house. Now with Mars-Chiron conjunction, it's really about deep healing connected to shared resources, intimacy, as well as transformation and vulnerability. So old wounds about vulnerability or financial kind of dependence can surface to be kind of worked on. Then on the 17th, Mercury is going to be entering into Gemini. And when it goes into Gemini, it will come into conjunction with Uranus in your 10th house. This is the day that there is likely going to be a big job change, or there is going to be a big change with your schedule, or you're going to take on a second job, or you're going to find out that a boss is leaving, or that you're up for some kind of change, or maybe you're being moved to a different department. So it can feel a little erratic, so just take a breath, but just know that this is that revolutionary career change that's coming, and it's more about communication. So maybe there's some unexpected professional opportunities. Maybe it's about being more innovative with ideas about your public path. And then on the 18th, you're going to see Mars enter Taurus in your 9th house, where you have more energy for traveling, for learning. Maybe there's belief expansion, and you're motivated to grow, travel, as well as explore for the next 6 weeks. On the 18th, we'll also see Venus enter Cancer, where it's going to be lighting up your 11th house, which is dealing with social connections, feeling more nurturing, friends that feel like family. Friendships are more warm. It's also going to be great for, community and connection, investing more time and energy with friends, and maybe there's just some beautiful kind of social events that you're kind of participating in. Then you're going to find on the 19th of the month, Mercury in Gemini in your career house will trine Pluto. So you're finally starting to get the hang of whatever the changes that have been happening at work or with your schedule are. Powerful day for communication to transform your daily work. So if you need to have like a meeting with employees, if you need to have a sit down with an assistant, if you're needing to change something about your routine at work, this is the day to do it. And know that your professional voice really changes your job in like some of the best ways. Also on the 19th, Mercury will square the node. So it's going to square the north and the south node, where you're going to probably be pushed to, make some kind of announcement at work or about your job. It is fated. Basically, karmic career crossroads is what I'm calling this for you. And it does affect yourself with the squares to the south node in the 1st, and also your relationships with the north node in the 7th. So professional decisions are kind of at a destiny moment. On the 21st, the sun enters Gemini in your career zone, where it's going to be your career season that's kicking off. Lots of opportunities for public recognition, but it can also mean there's something changing going on, maybe with one of your parents, maybe with a boss at work. And I think this is about embracing some of the changes that are going on in your professional kind of sphere. On the 22nd, Venus in Cancer in your friendship zone will square Neptune in Aries in your 8th house. And this means that friend idealization or social confusion about relationships or kind of shared resources can surface. Watch for being deceived in a group when it comes to money matters. That's definitely possible. Same day, Venus will also trine the North Node in Pisces. So this means that those social connections are supposed to be aligning with partnership destiny. Friends support your relationship growth. So friends can be introducing you to people. They can be giving you support in relationships. They can be celebrating your relationships. And also on the 22nd, this is where the sun will conjunct Uranus. So this is the Uranus cazimi. So Gemini season begins, career revolution takes off, and unexpected professional developments are likely to follow. Your public image is transforming in some big way, and that could be your status, your reputation. Maybe you're making a big announcement about, changing, careers or going in a different direction. Then the 23rd, you're going to have the first quarter moon in your sign. So the moon's in your 1st house of self. It's squaring the sun in Gemini in the 10th. And this is action time, Virgo. So you're going to feel the pressure to take a personal initiative and assert yourself when it comes to your career and your goals. On the 24th, the sun in Gemini in your career house is going to come into a sextile with Neptune in Aries, where I think you're feeling more inspired by some of your career moves that you're making. You're feeling like it's, supporting your transformation, and professional clarity is likely to follow. And then the 25th, you're going to see Mars in your travel and higher mind kind of location. The 9th house is squaring Pluto. Now, this is definitely a difficult day, travel-wise, schedule-wise, and potentially even health-wise, okay? And so what you want to watch for is like belief expansion that's really clashing with your daily routine, your job, your health, your habits, your work. Like, don't let your philosophy disrupt your job or your relationship with other fellow employees, or even disrupt your daily health routine. On the 26th, the sun in Gemini is going to trine Pluto. So you're kind of moving along here, rolling with some of the punches with changes with work and your schedule. And this is really a time where you feel empowered now by career transformations in your daily work. This can also mean that there's professional success that is improving your routine. On the 29th, Venus in your friendship zone is going to come into a square with Saturn in Aries in your 8th house of joint finances. So this is not the best day for social engagements, for parties, for celebrations. We can feel a little socially restricted on this day, especially around shared resources and like not having the funds to kind of spend money going and socializing and doing stuff. And friend financial matters feel a little limited. And then finally on the 31st of the month, you're going to have a full moon that's going to be taking place in Sagittarius in your natal 4th house. Now, I think you're really going to feel this pretty strongly because obviously the full moon is going to be opposing the sun in Gemini. So there's this back and forth between home matters and what's going on with career. But it's also squaring the north and the south node, and the mutable signs are really going to feel that. So it's almost like there's changes at home, changes with career, and you're going to have to kind of reassess and see where that leaves you in a relationship. But home and family matters may kind of culminate. So a domestic situation reaches resolution. So things like buying houses, signing contracts, renovations, things that are going on with family. Some of you guys may even feel like you have to go back home and be with family for some reason, or dealing with family related themes. But this month, I think your best days are going to be the 13th and the 14th because of the Cazimi, the 17th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and also the 26th. Now, the challenging days are going to be May the 5th, May 16th, May 22nd, May 25th, and May 29th. So it's a bit of like sweet and salty this month, Virgo. But honestly, between the Cazimi, in Gemini, and also I think just all of the Uranus stuff that's going on, you are being majorly revolutionized when it comes to your career and your professional status. You are going to see this big time. And this is only the beginning because Uranus is going to be here for several years. So let's take a look and see what the tarot says for you guys. What is the advice for my Virgos and my Virgo risings for the month of May? What can we tell them? What do they need to know? Another one. You and I think it was Aries too, that got the Fool, okay, which is very much about Uranus. So I'm not surprised this has come up a couple times. Fresh starts, new beginnings, new things, taking chances, taking risks. In the traditional Rider-Waite, you see, him standing with like one foot starting to come off the cliff, and he's got the dog and the rose in his hand, and it represents kind of like ignorance is bliss, and so it can be a little bit more like, ooh, it's kind of scary to take these these chances or to like make these changes. But I think that change is coming, ready or not. Here it comes. So be open to it. Be considering, taking risks in your professional life or doing something kind of different than what you have typically done in the past. And I think that no risk, no reward. So let me know what that shock and surprise is that happens this month at work, Virgo. I'm very excited to see what happens for you guys. And I will catch you guys back here in the month of June. Take care. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well, and I'm excited to be back with you to discuss what's going to be going on in the skies in the month of May. As you guys know, we have already kind of started Taurus season, and we are going to continue to watch the sun and other planets that are going to be shimmying through Taurus into Gemini. But I'm going to be starting off by talking to you guys first about Venus, because Venus is your chart ruler. So wherever Venus goes, whatever's happening with Venus is going to be impacting you. Well, Venus starts off the month in the sign of Gemini. So she's moving through a fellow sister air sign. So likely you'll see some trines to your Libra, sun, moon, or rising throughout the month. And as she's going through the 9th house, that means that you are seeking pleasure through 9th house topics. So this is about learning. This is also about traveling. So whether you're traveling or you're planning to travel or any kind of education endeavors, it looks like that's what's going to be bringing you the most joy. And we'll actually see right at the beginning of the month, Venus in Gemini in your 9th, sextiling Saturn and Aries in your 7th. So this supports committed expansion, be that through knowledge or through travel. And then on the 18th of the month, Venus is going to then drop into Cancer, and she's going to be starting to trek through your 10th house, which is all about your career. So your career is getting a bit of a glow up. You might get a little bit more recognition for the stuff that you're doing. Love can also be found at work here. And on May 22nd, you guys are going to see that Venus in your house of career will square Neptune and Aries in your relationship house, where there can be some professional fog. There can also be some confusion in balancing relationships and your career. But thankfully, Venus will be trining the North Node in Pisces in your 6th house. So that's where your career destiny is aligning with your health and your habits. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Venus in your career house come into a square with Saturn, and that's going to be in Aries. Likely with Venus square Saturn, there is a sense of feeling like you can't win it all. Maybe there is some professional restrictions or some relationship restrictions that are kind of going on. So really be mindful of when Venus is squaring Neptune and Saturn. I think that's where you guys are going to have some of the most challenges this month. Now, I am going to go through all of the transits. We're going to go in order, starting at the top of the month when we have the full moon in Scorpio. Now, on the first, when you have the full moon in your 2nd house, it is kind of highlighting for you guys money and values and things that are kind of culminating when it comes to finances. So financial matters can reach some kind of resolution. Maybe you guys are having more clarity about your self-worth. There can also be more expenses, more money that's being spent. And the ruler of this moon is actually going to be in your 7th house. Mars will be going through Aries. So you might be spending more money on your partners. You might be spending more money on relationships. Maybe you're investing in coaching or therapy or getting a reading. Also on the 1st, we'll see that beautiful Venus in Gemini sextile Saturn transit. So that does make me feel like your ruler is really kind of harmonizing with expansion in partnerships and commitment. So some Libra risings might be traveling for love. Maybe you are going to be learning with a partner in some way, and everything is just going to flow quite beautifully. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter into Taurus, and it's going to move into your 8th house. Mercury represents your subconscious, what's healing and behind the scenes. It's also connected to traveling and anything that deals with the higher mind. And as it goes through the 8th house, this is a great transit for research. It's also great for budgeting, talking about shared expenses, dealing with tax matters, savings. And this is where you start thinking more about your shared resources. So whether that's debt, maybe it's about intimacy. Really, it's a period for profound transformation of the mind, and you're kind of approaching this in a very practical way. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Aries, which is in your 7th house, coming into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house. So with this square, there can be a little bit of conflict going on in regards to partnerships and relationships. And it's really clashing with your career expansion or how you are really focusing on your professional life. Yes, this can create a little bit of relationship tension that can affect your professional life. So when it comes to dealing with clients or dealing with, professional partnerships, it's going to be a day that you have to be a little bit more patient and diplomatic with other people. On the 5th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius. Where Mercury moving through your 8th house is about intimacy, and it's going to be about either depths or other people's resources. When it comes into a square with Pluto in your 5th house, there can be some very intense thoughts about shared resources and also the connection to creative power dynamics, spending money on speculative investments, having difficult heart-to-heart conversations about children or romantic relationships will likely come from this. On the 6th, then you will see Pluto station retrograde, and that'll be happening in your 5th house. Pretty friendly for Libra and Libra risings, especially if you're like the first 5 or 6 degrees of Libra. You're under a Pluto trine this year, so I don't really feel like it's going to be impacting you guys too much. But this gives you several months to really focus on reevaluating your creative or your romantic interests, your joy, your hobbies, your kids. So that transformation goes inward, and old joy or love dynamics can resurface as a result of the Pluto retrograde. Pluto is connected to your 2nd house of money and values, so you might be reassessing how much money you're spending on hobbies, kids, or joint assets. Then you're going to see on the 9th of the month, the last quarter moon in Aquarius, where the moon in Aquarius is coming into a square with the sun in Taurus in your 8th house. Now, when you see this square, it's going to be about some kind of release that's going to be taking place in creative or romantic partnerships, and you're going to see like relationship patterns that are getting cleared out. It's a good time to ask yourself what joy patterns need adjustment. And that could be how much money you're spending on kind of extracurriculars. It can also mean where you're leaning into being a little bit more vulnerable and open with people about your feelings and also about your creative kind of projects. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see an excellent communication period. This is where Mercury in Taurus in your joint financial zone is coming into a sextile with Jupiter in Cancer in your career house. Now, this is where shared resources and insights, maybe even doing a little bit of research, can really support your career expansion. Some of you guys might be contemplating making some changes in your career or making some investments into your career or negotiating something about your status. Transforming your ideas and like trying to be open to change will really help you professionally with this sextile. And on the 14th, you're going to see a Mercury cazimi taking place in your 8th house, where the Sun and Mercury will align in the later degrees of Taurus. Now, Mercury rules what you don't see coming, subconscious, hidden closures and endings, as well as travel, learning, and education. So there can be some surprises that can kind of come up about expenses revolving around travel, education. It can also mean that there are some kind of surprises when it comes to your shared finances, intimacy, or psychological matters. I would just say deep insights are going to get illuminated also about your security. On the 16th of the month, you'll find that there is a new moon in this house of Taurus, where you're planting new seeds that are connected to setting intentions towards transformation. This is also about shared resources and deepening your intimacy. Now, this is going to be ruled by Venus, and Venus is actually going to be hanging out in your 9th house. So some Libras and Libra risings are going to be thinking about saving money for educational courses, for traveling. They're also going to be trying to kind of transform the way that they see their beliefs as well. And I think it's going to be a good one for you guys, especially if you're wanting to manifest money or if you're wanting to make any investments or just go deeper when it comes to psychological matters. Then on the 16th of the month, we will see Mars coming into conjunction with Chiron in the sign of Aries in your 7th house. If you happen to be 27 to 29 degrees of Libra or Libra rising, this will be opposing you, so you'll be feeling this a little bit more than some of the other cardinal signs. Mars rules relationships, money, and values. Chiron is wanting to heal relationship matters in your 7th. So this is a major relationship healing moment. Old relationship wounds can really surface for transformation. Maybe some of you guys are dealing with past rejection, maybe abandonment issues or partnership pain that's emerging for you to be able to heal and work through. On the 17th, you'll see Mercury enter into Gemini, so it'll go into your 9th house and come into conjunction with Uranus in Gemini. And this is about unexpected travel, unexpected belief or insights, revolutionary travel or educational news, and your mind is really expanding and you're having breakthroughs in terms of what it is that you believe in. So I think some of you guys are going to feel a little travel happy, or you're going to be feeling like you want to jump into a new course or be taking a new class. And then on the 18th, we're going to see Mars enter into the sign of Taurus in your natal 8th house. And Mars does very well in this house because it does well with passion. It's also about generating income through other people, dealing with intimacy matters. And Mars is connected to relationships as well as your money. So I always laugh because the 8th house is like where stuff comes due. So you might be paying bills, you might be dealing with insurance matters, inheritance themes, and going back and forth with partners about joint finances. But I think that for many of you guys, just this transformational energy will intensify and you're going to feel driven to merge and invest and transform deeply. And relationships can get a little sexy too. On the 18th, we will also see Venus entering into Cancer. So we talked about how for several weeks, Venus is going to be really highlighting you in like a public setting, likely getting recognition at your job or for work. This can also mean that, you are going through this professional kind of beautification period. Your charm is really advancing your career, and it's really great for networking, and it's really great for being seen. So it's about dressing the part when you're at work and also the relationships that you have with people in the office space. On the 19th, we will see Mercury coming into a trine with Pluto in Aquarius. So Mercury will be in your 9th house of higher learning and the mind, and it will trine Pluto. I like this transit for everybody because I think it's going to be really eye-opening and it's going to be really a powerful moment of communication. But for you guys, I think there's like a powerful belief and communications that are kind of transforming when it comes to creativity, when it comes to dating, when it comes to romance, or even children. And some Libras or Libra risings might find that this provides you with a teaching or a publishing opportunity that really empowers you creatively. Obviously, traveling for romance or traveling with children or traveling connected to children can be a theme here as well. And at the same time on the 19th, while Mercury is making that trine, it's also going to make a square to the north and the south node. So this is a karmic kind of belief crossroads for you. And this is affecting your work and your health or your spirituality. Really what you believe is what's going to shape your destiny. So this can be an important time to be on the up and up with world news, maybe be taking a new course, learning something, traveling to really expand your belief system. And on the 21st, you'll see the sun join and come into the sign of Gemini, and Gemini season will begin. And this is really where your focus is going to be shifting to expansion with travel, education, and your belief system. Sun rules your community connections and collaborations, so there can be opportunities to travel with friends, travel for learning. And if you're not traveling, you can be planning trips in the future, or this can also be about legal matters. It can be about publishing, teaching, or working with mentors or gurus. Now, on the 22nd is where you need to watch Venus in your career house squaring Neptune in your 7th house of relationships. Really, squares are about friction that's trying to get you to kind of like balance both things or to take action. So it's possible that many of you guys are feeling like, okay, there's a career relationship conflict. You know, do I choose dating or being kind of active with my partner, or am I pouring my energy into my career and my status? Your professional image can feel a little foggy, or partners can be affecting your public standing, and they can kind of like distract you from work or any like public or professional kind of responsibilities. On the 22nd, you will also see Venus that's making that trine to the North Node. So that tells me that your career is still aligning with your work, your service, and also anything that is destined to happen. Your profession is supposed to be kind of supporting your daily purpose, even if you feel like partners don't necessarily understand what it is that you're working on or what you're dedicating yourself to. On the 22nd, we also see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus in Gemini. So revolutionary beliefs, spontaneous travel, connecting and collaborating with people who could be in foreign lands. There could be sudden travel developments or unexpected classes or legal matters, and your worldview is suddenly transforming in a good way. On the 23rd, we'll see the first quarter moon in Virgo, where the moon is going to be in your 12th house, squaring the sun in Gemini in your 9th house. And the first quarter square is coming off of the new moon that we had obviously in Taurus, and it's trying to get you to really think about, okay, where can you take action when it comes to spiritual matters or private healing? Inner work is calling you to kind of take a step back and reassess, how you're feeling and where you need rest. And then on the 24th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Gemini in your 9th house coming into a sextile with Neptune in Aries in your 7th, where this is feeling more inspired by expansion that's kind of flowing to partnerships. And it can also mean that there is learning and travel that's somehow supporting your relationships as well. On the 25th, you'll see Mars in Taurus in your 8th house forming a square to Pluto in Aquarius in your 5th. Definitely a more challenging energy. I mean, whenever we see Mars and Pluto square, there's always a power struggle. So this might materialize as where transformation actions are kind of clashing with creative power dynamics. We don't want to force change in, joyful matters, and there can also be a little bit of tension in romantic relationships as well, especially over children or joint financial matters. On the 26th of the month, we're going to see the sun in Gemini coming into a trine with Pluto in Aquarius. Great transit. This is about empowering your beliefs. It's also about transforming your creativity. Your kind of philosophy powers your joy, and this can be opportunities to really feel inspired when it comes to your creative endeavors, your children, even your love life, and travel and creativity are really kind of flowing on this day. And on the 29th, we see Venus in your 10th house coming into a square with Saturn in your 7th. So this is where you're seeing career and partnership kind of restrictions. So professional partnerships might feel limited or very demanding on you this day, or relationships that you have with business partners or even with clients. It's important to just take a step back and realize that, there are some things that you need to be really paying attention to in relationship land if you want your career or your status, to grow. This can also be a time where it's more difficult to balance your career and dating or things that are going on with your partner. And then finally, you're going to see on the 31st, there is going to be a full moon in Sagittarius taking place in your natal 3rd house. And when the full moon comes in, it's connected to the 3rd house, which is about communication matters coming to a culmination. Conversations or writing projects can reach a completion. This can also be a time where you're signing contracts, or maybe you're launching websites, or there's some big media things going on. Short distance trips and siblings and cars are also connected to the 3rd house. And that ruler will be in your 10th. So great day, Libra, to make a big work announcement, sign a contract. It's also great if you're wanting to complete a blog, a podcast, or anything connected to media, or even like a newsletter, because I think it'll gain a lot of traction. So for the month ahead, I think your best days are going to be May the 1st, the 13th, the 14th, the 17th, the 18th, the 22nd, and the 26th. The challenging days are going to be May the 4th, the 16th, the 22nd, the 25th, and the 29th. For Libras, I really feel like this is time to get out, explore, expand your beliefs and also your horizons. So if you're wanting to learn or if you're wanting to travel, it's a good month to do that. Keep an eye on the Saturn and Neptune squares to Venus. And also do watch the Mars-Chiron conjunction in your 7th. That is a big relationship healing moment. And if you lean into it, I think it can actually be really beneficial, and it can enhance relationships kind of moving forward. So let's see what the cards have to say for my Libras and my Libra risings about the month of May. Is there any advice or anything that they need to know? Oh, cool. You get the Magician card. Okay. And I really feel like, especially for Libra risings, because, we've got all these planets that are going to be in the early degrees of Gemini, and we've got Pluto in the early degree of Aquarius. If you happen to be like 0 to like 6, maybe even 7 degrees Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're going to be having some grand air trines involving your Libra placements. And with like Uranus and Mercury trining, your mind is opening up about balance and harmony and belief. And then with the trines from Pluto, it's very empowering. So I would lean into those transits. I think that if you're keeping an open mind and you're keeping things interesting and really creating your own reality, right? Because the Magician is about like, well, as above, so below. So if I believe it, then it can manifest. But you guys may feel like you have to travel to places, you have to learn things to be able to manifest things this month, but you have everything that you need in your toolbox to be able to manifest this new magical reality or this dream situation. Publishing a book, traveling, teaching, completing a certification, learning a creative hobby, all of those things open up, and it's just really about you believing and manifesting some of these outcomes and taking some chances. So Libra, I hope it's a beautiful month for you guys. Definitely let me know how you're feeling with some of the Venus squares, and I will catch you guys back here in the month of June. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? Welcome back to my channel, and this is going to be the horoscopes for May of 2026. I hope you guys are well, and I'm excited to get into it today. We've got a full moon in your sign this month, Scorpio, so that's a big kind of major personal illumination period right at the beginning of the month. And relationships are also highly activated this month for you as well. So let's first talk about your rulers. We're going to talk about what's going on with Mars and what's going on with Pluto. As you know, Mars is your traditional ruler, and it's been kind of rolling through Aries for the last several weeks, and it's actually later in the month of May going to leave Aries, but it is starting the month still in your 6th house. So that will stay there until about May the 18th. What you need to know is that this is all about your work drive. It's about moving your body. It's about committing to a routine. Some of you guys are trying to figure out how you can squeeze in time to work out with all of the work that's kind of in your schedule. Others are looking for jobs. Others are just focusing on healing. So it depends on what's going on in your chart. What I would watch for in this order is I would watch for on May the 4th, you're going to see that Mars in Aries in your 6th house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer. To me, this almost seems like you're trying to do too much, whether you're trying to travel and also get your work done, or if you are dealing with health issues and it's like limiting your ability to go to school or travel. It's also pushing you that if you do want to take courses, expand, go places and do things, to really be diligent about staying on top of your routine and making sure that you're getting all of your stuff done. But watch out for burnout on that day. Travel's not the best that day either. Then on the 16th, it's another day you're going to have to watch, Mars will come into conjunction with Chiron in Aries. Now, if you're a Scorpio or Scorpio rising that's been dealing with health issues, if you have been dealing with sinus issues, issues with the head, the face, if you have had burns or wounds or things that you're tending to, this is a day you really need to pay attention because it is going to be highlighting where there is some health and healing energy going on. And being more prone also to things like that. If you have pets, I would be keeping an eye on your pets and making sure that they're cool, they're not having any kind of health issues, and watch for some issues when it comes to inner office kind of like drama in relationships. And then on the 18th, Mars is going to drop into Taurus, so it's going to be spending 6 weeks bringing all of your attention and your action to your relationship. So if you're single, you might see some relationship action taking place. If you're in a relationship, it's going to be much more about, getting active and doing things with your partner. And it can make things kind of spicy too, so that's fun. But it can also show you through some of the transits that things can be a little tricky because you will see Mars come into a square with Pluto, where there can be some drama in a relationship about a home or housing or family situation. That will not be happening until later in the month. And then as for Pluto, which is your modern day ruler, he's going to retrograde actually at the beginning of the month. So you're going to see on May the 6th, he's going to start retrograding at 5 degrees of Aquarius. So if you have anything about like 2 to 6 degrees of Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, you're under a Pluto square this year, so there is this sense of feeling like you need to clear out, you need to let go of the past, you need to change your home, you need to change something about your family dynamic, and sometimes, some pressure and some drama can kind of come up as a result of that. But now your home transformations are up for review. So now Scorpio risings are going to go, well, do I want to move? Like, do I want to change direction with, my living situation, my home, my family? And when it goes retrograde, you're just a little bit more reflective about domestic matters, and you might not see some things moving forward so quickly for a couple of months until Pluto goes direct. So the month kicks off with a full moon in your sign, Scorpio, and I was thinking back to the new moon that we had in Scorpio last year, and it was somewhere around, I think, like 25, 26, 27 degrees, I believe. So in the fall last year when we had that new moon, you set new intentions about your body, your appearance, your goals, and there was a lot of things that were being reworked about that for you. And so this is that full moon conclusion and completion, and it's going to be at 11 degrees. So if you have anything 10, 11, 12 degrees, Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, this is going to be impacting you in a very big way because it's your full moon, which you only get once a year. Now this is illuminating through the opposition to the sun in the 7th house, who you are in comparison to relationships. And truth be told, when the moon's on your ascendant, you can kind of wear your emotions on your sleeve a little bit more. Moon is going to be about traveling or anything that's connected to knowledge or information, and the opposition to the sun can indicate that there is a little bit of reassessing where you stand in a relationship. So you can see some relationship changes a couple of days prior to probably a week or so after this full moon. But major illumination about yourself, your path, your identity, and some personal transformation is now reaching a culmination. The ruler at the time of this full moon will be Mars, and it's going to be hanging out in your 6th house. So I think it's more about your physical habits, your body, and your appearance. So stay active and stay busy. Now we're going to see also on the 1st that Venus in Gemini, which will be in your 8th house of joint assets, intimacy, and others, will come into a sextile with Saturn in Aries. So that tells me that you're going to have the opportunity to see that, okay, partnership communications can be more practical. Maybe it means that shared resources are a little bit more supported through hard work and discipline, and financial intimacy is going to be aiding your daily life. After that, on the 3rd, you're going to see Mercury move into your 7th house, where it's more going to be about relationship communication. Mercury is going to be about your friends, your community, your goals. It's also strongly linked to, your vulnerability and intimacy. And there's just a lot more communication and talks, when Mercury's in your 7th house. That can be great for working with clients. It can be great for sales, for offering new services and doing business. But Mercury in Taurus is known for being a little bit more grounded, a little bit more practical. So partnership communication will slow down a little bit in a good way. And this is good for relationship planning. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aries come into a square with Jupiter, which we talked about. Just watch for work aggression clashes, maybe with your beliefs or with travel. And don't let job stress affect your kind of perspective and your worldview. And then on the 5th, we're going to see Mercury in Taurus in your 7th house, square Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th. Now, this is difficult. You'll see both Mercury square Pluto and Mars will square Pluto. And with both of those transits, Pluto is the need with Pluto retrograde to reevaluate and reassess your emotions, your home, and your family, and how that's impacting relationships and how you connect to other people. So first, Mercury squares on the 5th, and that means that there could be very intense partnership thoughts that are kind of connecting to home and transformation, or maybe, heavy relationship, family conversations, and some power struggles and communication with them. Dramas with, someone who you're married to or you're dating and your family, or vice versa. And then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, then Pluto is retrograde. So you're going to start your retrograde, and you're going to be really digging deep when it comes to family transformation, and that's up for a review. And old domestic kind of power dynamics might begin to kind of surface here. On the 9th, you're going to see the moon in Aquarius, and this will be the last quarter moon, where the moon goes through your 4th house, and it's going to square the transiting sun in Taurus in your relationship house. And what this does is it brings up this need to have a release in home or family patterns. And you're going to have to ask yourself, what domestic dynamics need to be adjusted in order to kind of better harmonize and relate to other people. On the 13th, Mercury in Taurus in your relationship house sextiles Jupiter, and relationship communication gets much easier. Partnership communications are really positive. You might be expanding your beliefs with a partner. You might be planning travel. And it's possible that you meet somebody or you're in a relationship with somebody who helps you see a new perspective or learn something new. Then on the 14th, there will be a Mercury cazimi taking place. This is basically where the Sun and Mercury are going to align in your relationship house in Taurus, and it can bring you some relationship clarity. Important partnership insights, maybe conversations with significant others, are going to be very illuminating. It can also be very powerful for connecting with people for changes in your status, your career, or your professional life, as that's what the Sun rules. Then on the 16th of the month, you will have a new moon in Taurus in your 7th house of relationships. If you have anything around like the 25, 26, 27 degrees, this will be opposing you. And this is the once a year new moon you get to set intentions for relationships and partnerships. So if you're single and you want to meet people, this is where you set intentions. If you're in a relationship, there can be relationship renewal. Venus at the time will actually be hanging out in Gemini, so it can mean that relationships are getting strengthened through therapy, intimate conversations, joint finances, just being a little bit more transparent with each other. And basically new relationship beginnings or recommitment can happen. On the 16th, you'll have that Mars-Chiron conjunction where you have to watch any issues coming up with old wounds about your body or your job that surfaces. Healing work around health and service may come up. And like I said, keep an eye on anything relating to migraines, headaches, the head, the face, and also your pets, and some kind of like issues with coworkers and having some conflict. And then on the 17th, Mercury will enter into Gemini. So it goes into Gemini and it comes into conjunction with Uranus in Gemini. Scorpio, this can be a very sudden, unexpected situation financially, unexpected shared resource news. Now, revolutionary insights also about intimacy and transformation, sudden investments, inheritances. There could be windfalls that can come. And there can also be some surprising kind of like conversations revolving around siblings. Okay, so siblings can very much be Gemini. And maybe this is just a time when you're going deep into research, or you're just reevaluating things, or maybe you're going through therapy and you're dealing with some kind of fears and phobias that you have, and it's like freeing you, and it's like freeing your mind through your mindset. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into Taurus, so then you become a little bit more relationship focused. Truth be told, like Mars in the 7th house is not an easy transit because, people can be a little bit more combative and a little bit more challenging, but it can also bring you people who can kind of work with you. So think trainers, therapists, astrologers, coaches. These people are really great. And you're just going to be feeling like relationship energy is intensifying and that you're more driven to take action with or for partners. On the 18th, Venus enters Cancer, so it goes into your 9th house of travel, the higher mind, and education, and travel or learning becomes more pleasurable for you. Maybe there's long-distance relationship opportunities or to meet people through traveling, and you're going to see the beauty in expansion and education. On the 19th, Mercury in your 8th house is going to trine Pluto in your 4th, and this is important because it's making contact with one of your rulers. So I think that there could be some key insights into changing and transforming your home, diversifying investments or assets. It's also possible that, through an inheritance or a partnership money situation or family money, that you can transform your home in some way. Ironically, this will bring, I think, just really powerful communications in home matters and deep insights that can actually improve your family and your relationships with family. Same day, Mercury is also going to square the north and the south node. So it's kind of like a karmic fork in the road. It means that you're at a crossroads that's affecting your creativity, your children, your dating, and your joy, and also your friends and your community. So what you share might really kind of shape your identity and also your destiny. Now on the 21st, the sun enters Gemini, so now you've got a pretty lit up 8th house where there's just a lot of shadow work going on, a lot of change. And this is going to be really highlighting where there's going to be more of an emphasis on your shared resources, intimacy, transformation, highlighted for the rest of the month. So this could be anything from child support to spousal support to winning money from other people. It can also mean that you're kind of dealing with debts or trying to pay stuff off. And the sun rules your 10th house of career. So it almost looks like a lot of Scorpio and Scorpio risings might have their partners that are coming into some money, or maybe they're going to be in a situation where because they're working like, an odd job on the side or something, now there's like a new income stream that's coming in. And big for investing here as well. And then on the 22nd, Venus in Cancer in your 9th house is going to square Neptune in your 6th house. Well, Venus rules relationships and things you don't see coming. Looks like you could hit some snags with some travel plans and you could overlook some details. This is also kind of saying, all right, something in regards to your travel or education, legal or belief sense is being idealized, and like you're idealizing something, but you don't realize how hard it's going to be or how much work it's going to take to like make it happen. So I would say be mindful of the fog. Don't be scheduling or planning travel during this time because it can be a little confusing. But on the same day, Venus in Cancer is also going to trine the North Node. So this means that whatever is going on, your expansion through Venus in the 8th house, in the 9th house, is aligning with creative destiny, right? North Node in Pisces. And it can also mean that your learning and travel kind of supports your joy. So there can be opportunities to travel that is going to make you happy. It's going to make you creative. You're going to feel fulfilled in some way. And then also on the 22nd, the sun conjuncts Uranus, which means there could be a really surprising or shocking kind of change to joint finances. So revolutionary transformation of unexpected shared resource development, or your kind of approach to intimacy and merging is transforming very suddenly. I've seen a lot of Scorpios go through changes here where it's like changes with car insurance, changes with, health insurance. Maybe there's changes going on with their investments in some way. And then on the 22nd, we are going to see, okay, so that's the Sun-Uranus conjunction. And then on the 23rd, we have the first quarter square moon in Virgo. So the moon's in your 11th house of friends, and it's going to square the sun in the 8th house, Gemini. When you have the first quarter square, what this is bringing up is basically, since the new moon that you had in Taurus, what are you doing to change and transform? So it's asking you, okay, can you take action, you know, in your friendships, in your networks, or your groups? There is some kind of social initiative that you have to go after, or maybe some conversations about change, you know, in the future with your friends. And on the 24th, you're going to see the sun in your 8th house of Gemini sextile Neptune, which is great because I think that this is going to give you some sense of like inspired transformation that's flowing between work and health. Deep healing that supports daily well-being, or psychological work that's kind of improving your physical health, or vice versa. Then on the 25th, this is the kind of red flag day, Scorpio. You're going to have Mars going through your 7th house of relationships, and it's going to square Pluto in your 5th house of home and family. So here's the deal. Both of your lords are in conflict with one another. And when you have these squares in angular houses, as with all the other, you know, fixed signs, like it creates a little bit of drama. The 4th house is the home, the parents, the living situation. The 7th house is the spouse, partners, counselors, or therapists. And the opening square means basically you're reluctant with Pluto retrograde to change something about your home or your living situation. But it's bringing up maybe some tension with your partnerships, or maybe you're feeling inspired to get out of the house and go and date and meet people, or you're looking outside of your usual kind of hangouts. But it is possible that, you know, partnership actions are really triggering a home transformation or a power struggle. So you have to do your best to just stay cool, try to navigate relationship and family dynamics very carefully, because it's going to be hard to appease everybody involved. On the 26th of the month, you'll see the sun in Gemini coming into a trine with Pluto in Aquarius. So it's a nice reprieve from that intense kind of Mars-Pluto square. This is about empowered transformation and now how it's harmonizing with your home and also with healing. So there can be deep changes that are supporting your domestic kind of improvement, but also where, you know, there's change going on financially that's helping you suddenly transform your home or your family relationships as well. The 29th is going to feature Venus in Cancer, coming into a square with Saturn in Aries. And this is where expansion meets work restriction. So this is where I think a lot of you guys are gonna go, I wanna travel, or I wanna take that class, or I wanna do this thing, but you're like, I have a lot of work, I'm bogged down, I don't have someone to watch my pet, you know, or I'm not feeling so well, or I have some schedule restrictions for taking a class. So it's possible that there is travel or educational delays as a result of either your health or your job demands. Then finally, on the 31st, you're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius taking place in your natal 2nd house. Now, for you guys, this is a house that deals with your money, your resources, your stability, your self-esteem, and likely money and values will culminate in some way. There can be financial matters that reach a resolution. There could be a big payment that's going out, or a cash, you know, like flow that's suddenly coming in. And it is ruled by Jupiter, which is going to be situated in your 9th. So I do suspect that a lot of my Scorpio and Scorpio risings are springing for plane tickets, traveling. You know, they're going to be also maybe buying courses, or they're going to be spending money on legal matters, or maybe like learning something. So still a pretty good moon. You can see some good money stuff that can be happening, especially if you're kind of in the legal, travel, or advertising kind of industry. That's all kind of 9th house Sag. Now, your best days are going to be May the 1st, the 13th, 14th, 17th, 22nd, 24th, and 26th. But your challenging days are going to be May 4th, 6th, 16th, 25th, and 29th. So my Scorpios, this is a big relationship month. It's a big money month. It's a month to really embrace change because there's going to be a lot of it. And I really feel like it kicks off with that full moon that's going to be in your sign, and watching your two rulers kind of duke it out for a couple of days. Be very careful around the 24th or the 26th, because there can definitely be a cosmic clash. All right, so let's take a look. What does Scorpio and Scorpio rising need to know during this month ahead, in the month of May? What advice does the tarot want to give them? you get the Page of Coins. I love that. So sure, it can be talking about children, a child, a younger person. It could be talking about a earth sign, so like a Taurus, a Virgo, or a Capricorn. But I think this is about seeds that you're planting. I think that this is going to be saying, all right, the month kicks off with all these planets going through your 8th house where you're like, how do I spend money, you know, or make money? How am I investing? How am I putting a little bit of something into something to see it really grow and develop in the long term? How am I helping my money make money for me? And also just kind of getting a little bit more creative with diversifying some of your assets or your investments with Uranus going into your 8th house. So this could be a month where there is financial news. It could be a month where you are starting a new investment, or maybe you're investing in something that could be bringing you either better health, better job opportunities, or finances down the road. Scorpio, I hope it's a good month for you guys. Definitely leave me a comment and let me know how it goes with that full moon, and I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. Hey Sag and Sag Rising, welcome to your May 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be back with you. And you have full moon in your sign. So that's going to be a big one. Obviously, May is really kind of activating the first half of the month, you know, everything that deals with your work, your health, your daily routines. And then we're moving into a lot of relationship changes, a lot of excitement with relationships with planets meeting with Uranus in your opposite sign. And then we're going to wrap up the month with a full moon in Sagittarius. There's also going to be a Mars-Jupiter square, which you guys might want to watch out for as well. But I'm going to take you through all of the transits. What you need to know is that Jupiter, your ruler, is still in Cancer, and it is going to be there until this summertime, kind of like late June, July. That's when we're going to start seeing the changes with Jupiter going into Leo. So nothing is changing with your chart ruler this month. However, what you are going to see is that it's still bringing up expansion in regards to shared resources, intimacy, transformation. Now on May the 4th, you're going to see Mars in Aries in your 5th house of children, dating, creativity, romance, self-expression, square Jupiter. And I think that this is about taking some creative risks. I think that this is also going to be potentially about, some creative tension with expansion. And then on the 13th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury will sextile Jupiter, and Mercury will be in your work and health zone, sextiling Jupiter, bringing better communication, better workflow, and honestly, things that could really kind of positively support your money. So those would be the major highlights for the month of May. Now we're going to start off at the beginning of the month where you have to share your full moon month with Scorpios. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but 2 full moons in 1 month, man. The first one's going to start obviously with a full moon in Scorpio in your 12th house. Not the easiest place to have a full moon, not the easiest place to have a full moon in. So when we have a full moon in the 12th house, usually this is dealing with subconscious matters that are culminating. Hidden things are surfacing. It can also be about taking a little bit of time to just rest and recuperate. And spiritual completion or release is very likely. It's not unusual when you have a full moon here that you feel kind of squirrely and that, your sleep is kind of interrupted and you're kind of feeling like a little burnt out. The ruler at the time of this full moon will be Mars. And so Mars is going to be hanging out in your 5th. So maybe you're working into the late hours of the night on a creative project, your own business, you're staying up late, dating, having fun. Maybe you're feeling a little burnt out from that, or you can have kids that are kind of keeping you up at night if you've got young ones. But this might manifest as you having like a creative breakthrough, or you're feeling inspired because of a dream to really make some moves with your business or with dating. Then you're going to see also on the 1st that Venus in Gemini, which will still be in your 7th house of partnerships, will be sextiling Saturn. So I like that. I think that this is really about partnership pleasures, dating and romance, becoming more so grounded, better committed, and that relationship and joy flows, but that things might be getting a little bit more serious when it comes to somebody who you're dating casually, or if you're in a committed relationship, talking about really prioritizing romance and having more fun. On the 3rd of the month, Mercury enters into Taurus, and it's going to be transiting the part of your chart that's going to be about health, healing, organization, and pets. Mercury likes this house. It likes to have a to-do list, and it also likes to get things kind of neat and tidy. And Mercury rules your career, and it also rules your relationship. So this is a good time to like have meetings with people at work to make sure you're going over, your schedule and confirming professional plans. Good time to also be really focusing on organizing your office space or anything kind of connected to work. And you might find that you're just really focused on work and health becoming more practical and like finding solutions and like, maybe new applications and ways to organize and kind of schedule things. But definitely cleaning up your office space or spending a little bit more time with your pets or at the gym is a good idea. Now on the 4th, this is where Mars is going to square Jupiter. So be mindful that that's definitely going to be impacting you with that creative clash with transformation and expansion. Just watch for overdoing it when it comes to romance, having fun, or kids. And then on the 5th of the month, Mercury in your 6th house of work will square Pluto. Intense work thoughts connecting to communication and transformation, difficult conversations with employees or people at work, difficult conversations with siblings, cars having issues or needing to be serviced, and just maybe having some issues with gadgets and like software at work can be a little bit of like a drag. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Pluto will station retrograde in the sign of Aquarius in your 3rd house. Not really impacting you, especially if you're an early Sag or Sag rising. Pluto is sextiling you, so it's not really directly impacting you or Jupiter. So I don't think it's going to be that challenging. But this is where communication and your local environment or your mind or how you learn or your vehicles or your siblings are going to go through some kind of transformation. Likely an older sibling or a neighbor or maybe a power dynamic might also resurface for kind of, clearing up and clearing out. And then on the 9th of the month, you're going to see the last quarter moon in Aquarius. So the moon's in Aquarius in your 3rd, squaring the sun in Taurus in your 6th. Now, what this is trying to get you to do is like wrap everything up before you come into the new moon in Taurus. What it wants you to really ask yourself is, okay, what do I need to release when it comes to communication patterns? What needs to be said or unsaid? And then on the 13th, Mercury in Taurus will sextile Jupiter, which is a good day for you for relationships with coworkers, relationships with your health team, relationships with romantic partners. And when Mercury starts to sextile Jupiter, work, communication, support, transformation, and expansion, maybe changes with your health and your habits is bettering you emotionally. And there could be job insights that aid shared resources in some way. On the 14th of the month, you'll have a Mercury cazimi in Taurus in your 6th house. And so when this cazimi takes place, the sun, which rules higher education and traveling, and Mercury, relationships and work, will come together. So there can be some kind of like surprise at work, right? It can mean that there's a surprise change in your work schedule. It can also mean that maybe there is some work clarity and insights about your daily routine and your physical well-being. And then you're going to have a new moon in Taurus, and that's going to be taking place also in your 6th house. Here is where you want to set intentions on the 16th for work, for health, and also changes when it comes to your daily service. If you want to get back to the gym, change things with your diet. If you're wanting to look for a new job, all of these things are going to be beneficial. And Venus at the time is going to be in your 7th house. So I speculate that it's going to be about maybe working out with a partner, working with a partner. It's going to be about working through, like daily obligations and getting stuff done together. On the 16th, you're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron in your 5th house in Aries. And this tells me that it's possible like creative and romantic healing are taking place, healing something connected to children or your childhood, and old wounds about self-expression, joy, or kids are going to somehow kind of come up for transformation. So if you have kids, keep an eye on them. Usually this is your oldest child. If not, it could mean that you're just kind of healing something relating to feeling loved or feeling like rejected. Then you're going to see on the 17th, Mercury will enter Gemini. And when it enters into Gemini, it's in your 7th house. So now we've got Uranus there, we've got Mercury there, And this basically symbolizes that it's going to be a time where you're like, okay, there's a lot more kind of communication and relationships or partnerships that are taking place. That day on the 17th, it will come into conjunction with Uranus. So this is revolutionary partnership communication, unexpected relationship insights, partners that will surprise you. Go back and think about last summer when you had Uranus going to Gemini. Likely some of you guys, abruptly ended a relationship, or you just quickly met somebody, or you suddenly broke up, or you got married, or there was just lots of change happening. And it's not just limited to romantic relationships. It could be relationships with siblings, people that you meet online, people that you meet while you're traveling, or neighbors. But I'm expecting that there's just going to be a lot of surprising changes in relationships this month. And on the 18th, you'll then see Mars enter Taurus in your 6th house, where now you're going to be applying a lot of that action, motivation, and energy into work. So your work energy is going to increase. You'll be able to tackle jobs and tasks and really focus on health improvement. And I think it'll really benefit your emotional health or your mental health, because Mars rules your 12th. And it's about also finding ways to bring spontaneity and fun into your routine. Like if you have Taurus in the 6th house, you guys don't typically like to work up a good sweat. You could, but Mars in Taurus is slow. So this is rather than feeling like you have to be hitting the gym, doing cardio, go for a run outside, right? Go and do some yoga in the grass. Do something that's going to be slow and something that's going to be enjoyable for health and fitness. And then on the 18th, Venus enters Cancer in your 8th house, which is great for shared resources. It's also about, joint finances being a theme, partners being a little bit more generous with you, money that's coming through investments, inheritances, or other people. And it's really good for intimacy and vulnerability in relationships, and definitely financial partnerships can sweeten here as well. On the 19th, you're going to see Mercury in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. And this is good for powerful partnership communications that can transform your thinking. It's also about having ways to kind of discuss traveling or education ventures. It can mean that you guys are learning to kind of keep the lines of communication open to maybe navigate some of the changes that they're going through. Uranus in your 7th. And at the same time that happens, it's going to be really deepening your relationship talks as well. You will see Mercury come into a square with the North and the South node. So you're going to feel like you're at a bit of a relationship fork in the road. This is karmic partnership crossroads affecting your home and your career. So relationship decisions that you're making around the 19th are really at a destined kind of turning point. So you can have conversations where you're like, yeah, this isn't working. But you can also have conversations where you're realizing wow, this is the perfect person for me. And it may change everything about where my life is going. And it does involve partners, and it could be pairs. So Gemini could mean, it's about a person you meet and a therapist, or it's going to be potentially about a business partner and, your spouse. But it's going to be about going back and forth and maybe having options between two people if you're single. On the 21st, you're going to see the Sun enter into Gemini. So now Sun, Mercury, Uranus are all in your 7th house. So there's a lot of partnership kind of season that's on. Relationships are being highlighted. The Sun is represented by traveling, education. So there might be more spontaneous traveling or surprises that's going on with partners here. And then on the 22nd of the month, you'll have Venus in Cancer in your 8th house come into a square with Saturn in your 5th. So, with Neptune in your 5th. Okay, so Venus is going to square Neptune. So this is about shared resources of Venus in your 8th and kind of idealizing people or things, even romantic relationships or some kind of creative or romantic confusion. You have to be careful here because you could be deceived in intimacy or financial partnerships. So just watch for that. And then the same time that's happening, Venus will trine the North Node in Pisces. So it's destined when it comes to transformation that's aligning with your home and the future of your home or your family, and shared resources kind of supporting your domestic growth in some way. May 22nd, the Sun conjunct Uranus. And that's going to be a cazimi that's happening in your 7th house, where that's where the shocks and surprises could be happening in a relationship. Revolutionary partnerships, unexpected relationship developments, partners behaving very surprisingly. I don't remember the sun conjuncting Uranus in Gemini last year, so this might be the first time you guys are going through this. Truth be told, I mean, you know, good, strong, solid relationships can go through these transits, but I think that you need to give your partners a lot of space because they may be feeling kind of cagey, or they might be feeling like they're like, don't tell me what to do type energy. And you could just be like, 1 minute they're here, 1 minute they're there. And you just have to kind of observe. And like, as we get closer to the full moon at the end of the month, you'll be able to make a better decision about where you stand with a relationship, I think. Then when we get to the 23rd, we're going to be in the first quarter moon in Virgo. So the moon's here. It's going to be squaring the sun in Gemini. And this is about crisis in consciousness, taking action before we get to the full moon. So career action needed and professional initiatives may call, and it may have an impact on relationships. And then on the 27th of the month, the sun in Gemini will come into a sextile with Neptune in Aries, where inspired partnerships can support creativity, anything that involves children, anything that involves romance and self-expression, and relationships can make you very, very happy, and it can be something that can be very fulfilling. And then on the 25th, you're going to see Mars in Taurus in your 6th house coming into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd. Now, this is a difficult energy when Mars and Pluto square. Both rule your 12th house of the subconscious, and Mars is connected to your 5th house. So my thought is that there may be work actions that are clashing with communication transformation. Think like adjusting to new software, changes with your schedule, changes with your environment, things that are going on in your office space, and feeling kind of frustrated, and likely job demands are really affecting how you communicate. So like try to keep your cool. And on the 26th, the sun in Gemini in your relationship house will trine Pluto. And that's going to be about empowering partnerships, transforming communication, relationships, really deepening your expression, and kind of feeling like you're on the same wavelength as another person, and just powerful communication with them. And then Venus in Cancer in your 8th house will come into a square with Saturn in Aries in your 5th house. And this can be a time where shared resources are feeling restricted or limited in some way. Maybe it's affecting your happiness, affecting your creativity, affecting children. And there can be intimacy that feels limited. And there can be a feeling of like, ugh, why am I not getting love or like affection? Like what's going on? But it's just temporary. Then finally on the 31st, you get your full moon, where you have a full moon in your 1st house. Now this full moon was seeded last year in Sagittarius season when you had a new moon. So now this is 6 months later, some kind of major personal culmination or change, and you're going to see the moon in opposition to the sun in Gemini. So it's going to be about how you're emotionally reacting and responding to some of the changes that are going on in relationships. And yes, you can find yourself emotional and kind of like, you know, in your feelings, but make it be about you. Don't make it be about other people. Major personal illuminations, glow ups, physical changes, and some of my Sag and Sag risings are going to really feel seen, recognized, and like you're reaching a personal peak. Now the ruler of this is Jupiter, and it's in your 8th, and that's why I think it's going to make you emotional. I think it's going to be about emotional changes for your home and your family. Some of my Sag and Sag risings may find out that they're pregnant under this full moon, so we'll see. Your best days for the month of May are going to be May the 13th, the 14th, the 17th, the 21st, the 22nd, the 24th, and the 31st. The challenging days that you're going to have are going to be May 4th, May 16th, the 22nd, 25th, and the 29th. Wow, I can't wait to hear what goes on with relationships. I could see some people suddenly eloping. I could see some people meeting their soulmates. I could see other people being like, that's it, I've had enough, and then they meet somebody else. But it's going to be quite a month of dealing with other people's stuff, building towards that peak where you have a full moon in your sign, which is just going to make everything feel all that much bigger. So especially if you have anything 8, 9, 10 degrees of Sag or Sag rising, you guys are kind of in the hot zone. So let's see, what does the cards have to say for the month of May? What does the tarot want Sag and Sag risings to be aware of this month? What can we tell them? Ooh, I like this. The card that you get is the Six of Coins, which is like give and take, give and take, give and take. And like, honestly, the first half of the month is give, 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 you know. By the end of the month, you're going to be like, and I'm ready to take. I think that this is just about balancing opposing forces, right? When I think of the Six of Coins, it's like paying it forward, doing right to other people, trying to help other people, being there to support them. And that can be all the energy going through your 7th house, whether it's relationships, friends, family, clients. And then when you get to the end of the month and you have that full moon, you're like, and now I need some TLC too, because I'm burnt out because I've been giving, giving, giving. This can also mean you're weighing your options, you're reassessing something financially. Makes sense. You got Venus going into your 8th house. I mean, it's going to square Saturn, where there can be a lot of you going, this is what I have, but am I willing to take a risk? And for some of you guys, it's going to be on creative ventures. It's going to be on investments. It's going to be on hobbies. And I would just say, try to balance everything out, right? Try to be a little bit more discerning before you decide that you're going to jump into something, either financially or romantically this month. And this is also just about being a little bit more cautious with your expenses. It's not saying anything bad is going to happen, although Saturn does rule your money, and you're going to see Venus square Saturn, and you know, that's going to happen. But you also see some Mercury sextiles to Saturn too. So I think that this is just trying to kind of weigh your, you know, kind of opposing forces this month and be like, what's worth investing myself into, and where do I need to be a little bit more conservative? And yeah, paying it forward, doing right by other people, I think is the key. And I think that you'll do that to an extent, but some of you guys might be like, I'm dealing with people in my life that are so crazy that like, I'm not willing to be a mat anymore. And that could be the other side of the scales, right? So let me know what happens. It's going to be an interesting month for sure. Drop me a comment. I want to hear what happens with those conjunctions to Uranus. And I hope this helps, and I will see you guys back here in June. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn risings? Welcome back to my channel. This is going to be your May 2026 horoscopes. I'm excited to talk to you about what's happening this month, what's going on. Obviously, we are kind of starting in May in Taurus season, and then we're seeing planets that are going to kind of shimmy into Gemini. So I think you're going to dig some of the, you know, Taurus stuff that's happening because it's in a fellow Earth sign. And it's really planets lighting up your creative and your romantic sector. So joy, self-expression, children, play, dating, all of these themes are kind of the 5th house. As you know, Saturn is your chart ruler, so I'm going to be heavily focused on what's going on with Saturn this month. You are going to see Saturn is continuing to move through your 4th house. It's direct. It's not going to go retrograde. So it's still focusing on the themes of, you know, discipline when it comes to home and emotional foundations. You will see on May the 1st that Venus in Gemini in your work zone will sextile Saturn in Aries in your 4th. And that's beneficial for you because you could find that it's like creative pleasures that really support your home discipline. And then later at the end of the month on the 29th, Venus in Cancer in your 7th house will come into a square with Saturn in your 4th house. Watch for that. I do think that this is where joy meets some kind of like domestic restrictions, and you're potentially going to be in a situation where you're kind of contemplating whether or not you expand into relationships and how that's going to impact you in your home and your family life. Okay. So starting at the very top of the month, we're looking at what's happening with the full moon in Scorpio on May the 1st in your 11th house. Now, a full moon in the 11th house is bringing this culmination or some kind of major headlines to your friends, your networks, your groups, anything that deals with, you know, social connections, you know, reaching some kind of peak period. Usually it's like joining a group, getting invited to a party, there being some big change or big announcement going on with friends. And at the time of the full moon, the ruler Mars is actually going to be in your 4th house. So that tells me that there can be a family gathering, a meeting about a family situation. There could be like a family reunion. You could be hosting a friend's kind of party or gathering at your home, or maybe friends are helping you when it comes to home and family matters. Also on the 1st, you'll see the Venus sextile Saturn. And I think that that's really wonderful because once again, you have a lot of support during this full moon. Work pleasure, being work, you know, being busy is supporting your ruler at home. So, you know, job joy is going to be really beneficial as a result of like domestic discipline. Working from home, working help from home, working on your home, fixing up your home. These are all themes that we kind of see with that sextile. On May the 3rd, Mercury enters into Taurus. And when it goes into Taurus, your mind is on pleasure, having fun, creating, dating, and kids. And it's possible just that creative and romantic thinking becomes a little bit more practical. And then on the 4th, you're going to see Mars in Aries in your 4th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th. Oh boy, watch out for this one, because home aggression or home action or home moves or home or family drama can clash with relationships and partnership expansion. So you're going to feel like there's this tension between, your family and what's going on in your relationship, or your home and what's going on in your relationship. On May the 5th, Mercury in Taurus in your 5th house will come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 2nd house. Now, this creates intense creative thoughts that are connecting to financial transformation, dating transformation, self-expression, how maybe you're communicating with children, or maybe even communicating with romantic partners. Then on the 6th, Pluto's going to station retrograde in Aquarius in your 2nd house. Not really impacting you directly, so I don't think you have much to worry about, but this is where financial transformation now goes inward. So old money power dynamics can definitely resurface for a review. Good time to reevaluate your budget, your spending, and also your financial goals. You're going to see on the 9th that there will be a last quarter moon in Aquarius in your 2nd house. And this is where the moon goes through the 2nd house, and it's going to square the sun, which is going to be in Taurus in your 5th. This is in preparation to what will be a new moon in Taurus later in the month. When you have this, it's important to ask yourself, okay, is it time for me to, release something when it comes to financial patterns? What money habits do I have that needs adjustment, and how is it going to help me feel better? Then on the 13th, we have an excellent communication day. We will see Mercury, that's going to be in Taurus in your 5th house of dating, creativity, and self-expression, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house of relationships. So great creative communication day, great for expanding partnerships, falling in love, meeting people, and romance, really kind of supporting partnerships or having close conversations with somebody that you love, telling them how you feel, or talking about children in some way. Then we're going to see a Mercury cazimi that's going to take place in Taurus in your 5th house, where Mercury, which rules travel, beliefs, and kind of expansion, as well as habits, health, and your routine, will meet with the sun. So there's something changing positively, I think, in regards to making more time for, traveling, having fun, dating, that kind of stuff. And I would be really just keeping an eye out, because there can definitely be some creative clarity that can come, romantic insights, brilliant ideas about self-expression, surprising things involving children. So talking to your kids, finding out surprising things. It can also be a time where, some Capricorn and Capricorn risings can find out that they're pregnant, or they can have like a chance meeting, fall in love with somebody. And then on the 16th, you have a new moon that will be in Taurus in your 5th house around 25 degrees. So if you have anything around 24, 25, 26 of Capricorn, it's going to be trining that. So it'll flow very nicely with your chart. I love new moons in the 5th house. It's about setting intentions for joy above everything else, but also creativity and romance and children. So if you're wanting to start a new hobby, if you are wanting to take a chance on something, you want to start dating again, if you're thinking about getting involved in trading, or maybe you're considering trying to have a kid or expand your family, this would be the new moon that you would set intentions with. And then on the 16th of the month, you're going to have Mars coming into conjunction with Chiron in Aries. So you got to watch out for this one, especially if you're like 27, 28, 29 degrees of Capricorn, late degree Capricorn. This will be squaring you. And this can be bringing up, because Mars deals with your goals, and it's also your home and your family, where there is just a clash going on either at the home or with family members, and it's really about home and family healing. Old wounds can come up about belonging, about your parents, or emotional security that is likely surfacing for transformation in some way. And then on the 17th, you're going to see Mercury enter into Gemini in your 6th house of health, habits, and your daily routine, and come into conjunction with Uranus. So revolutionary work ideas, maybe having more than one job, maybe becoming somebody who's an entrepreneur, or maybe you're, working independently. Maybe you're bringing in a second job or a side hustle. And it can also mean that there's some unexpected health insights or innovation when it comes to your daily routines or your office space. On the 18th, Mars will enter into Taurus, where it's going to be in friendlier kind of territory because it will trine at some point throughout the next couple of weeks with your Capricorn placements. Now, when Mars goes into the 5th house, it's about something connected to your friendships, your groups, and also your home and your family. So maybe you're just really focused on, okay, I've got a lot more creative energy. Let's throw a party for my kids, or let's, set up an entertainment room in our house, or like maybe let's focus on, trying to kind of take up a new hobby or something artistic. And you'll feel more driven for several weeks to kind of express yourself, to create, and to also pursue anything that's going to bring you joy or start dating. Now, on the 18th, we will also see Venus enter into Cancer. So I love that Mars goes into your 5th house and Venus goes into your 7th. What? This is like really big, like romantic and like relationship energy. So partnership beautification. Venus loves being in the 7th house. It's one of the houses she does her best work in. So if you're single, get out there and meet people, especially with Mars in your 5th. If you're in a relationship, things just might be a little bit more nurturing, more loving, great for harmony with other people. And I also feel like this can be really good for people who are looking for like a match, because at some point, it'll be more next month, Venus will come into conjunction with Jupiter. So there's a lot of opportunity for big romance stories to be happening for my Capricorn risings. On the 19th, we're going to see Mercury in Gemini in your 6th house, trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 2nd. So powerful work communications that are transforming your finances through some change with your job. Maybe you're making more money. Maybe your job insights are kind of improving your finances in some way. And then Mercury will also square the North and the South node, which is interesting because this is kind of like a karmic crossroads that's affecting your communication and your beliefs. And job decisions are very destined around the 19th. And likely you'll see a second path that's going to emerge, like a second job, a different schedule, a different location, that kind of stuff. Then on May the 21st, the sun is going to be entering into Gemini. So you've got all these planets in Gemini in your 6th house, and it becomes work and health season. And there's definitely an emphasis on daily routines that are being highlighted that are changing. And you are going to see that you're going to be much more focused on multitasking, productivity, getting things done, that kind of stuff. And then you'll see on the 22nd, Venus in Cancer will square Neptune in Aries. So Venus is in your relationship sector. It's going to square Neptune in your 4th house. Partnership idealization, maybe. Home confusion, relationship and family matters feeling confusing and feeling kind of foggy. But the same day, Venus is going to trine the North Node in Pisces, which means that partnerships are aligning with clear communication, right? If you can have conversations and try to better understand where they're coming from or what they mean. Relationships with siblings might be highlighted in some way, and relationships really kind of supporting your message. Then on the 22nd, we're going to see the Sun conjunct Uranus. So this is a day where anything goes at work, changing jobs, quitting jobs, starting new jobs, revolutionary kind of unexpected job developments. And your daily routine will transform suddenly. So my advice is walking, biking, cycling, journaling, breath work, to just stabilize some of this Uranian energy, which can be very inconsistent. And it's about kind of like helping bring breath in, like calming the mind down. But it can also be that there's exciting new developments that are happening at work also. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see the first quarter moon in Virgo. So you'll have the moon in your 9th house squaring the sun in your 6th house. And this is where action is needed in beliefs or in education. This is also where there's going to be learning initiatives that are calling. And so I think that for a lot of you guys, you're going to have to ask yourself, like, okay, like what do I need to learn? Where do I need to travel? What's expanding in terms of, what I believe in? And then on the 24th, you're going to see the sun in Gemini in your 6th house of work, sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 4th house. So inspired work that is flowing, towards your home. Job creativity that's supporting your domestic life. Some of you guys might be working from home now. That might be the change. It also might mean that you're kind of organizing and getting your home in order, and it just feels like everything is just coming together very nicely. And then on the 25th, Mars in your 5th house of children, dating, creativity, and romance squares Pluto. Creative expression clashes with financial transformation. That's the key here. It's like learning not to overspend on pleasure. And that can be one of the biggest challenges, because you get excited and you want to spend a bunch of money on a hobby or on a kid or on a romantic partner. But it's like, wait, I need to learn to kind of like curb it. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Venus in Cancer squaring your ruler. It can be a little tricky. So Venus in the 7th house wants to partner, wants to connect, it wants to collaborate. But when it squares Saturn, it's like you it's like you saying, yeah, but I live here, you live there, Or partnership and home restrictions, relationship responsibilities that can feel heavy, and love and family demand patience. I think that's going to be the key. The finale is going to be the full moon in Sagittarius on the 31st in your 12th house, which is a little bit more quiet, behind the scenes. It's about resting, recuperating, and subconscious patterns that come up for culmination, hidden completion, spiritual release, right? But the ruler is in your 7th house. So you may have a dream about a relationship or a feeling that, oh, I'm going to meet somebody, and then you do. Or you might have a feeling that something's off in a relationship and they're not telling you something, and then you like kind of press them and you're like, what's going on? And then that comes up. So it's going to bring about, I think, a lot of clarity in regards to relationships. And that could be subconscious blockages that you have in relationships as well. So your best days are going to be May the 1st, 13th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 22nd, and 26th. The challenging days are going to be May the 4th, the 16th, the 22nd, the 25th, and the 29th. But for my Capricorn and Capricorn risings, I feel like it's going to be really interesting to have all this like air and fire in the sky by the end of the month. It's going to be very different for you guys. So roll with the punches, be open to change, especially with your habits and your routine. If you're wanting to kick old habits, if you're wanting to pick up a side job, if you're wanting to focus more on, your health and your habits, I encourage you to do that. And it's going to be nice the beginning half of the month where you have just a lot of things going through your 5th house, and it's all about joy and romance and creativity. And I think maybe some of the Venus Saturn stuff that's going to happen is going to be about how you can build long-lasting love. So let's see what the cards have to say for you guys. What does the tarot want Capricorn and Capricorn rising to know about the month of May? You get the Page of Swords, which can be talking about a younger air sign, so a Gemini, a Libra, and Aquarius. But I think this is about learning a new skill. I think this is about learning a new way to communicate and connect, which is very much like the squares that you're going to see to the north and south node. Maybe some of you guys are like, yeah, I do need to learn, a new skill. Yes, I do need to do some kind of training. Yes, I do need to focus on learning more about my health. Be adventurous. Be willing to take chances this month. Be open to exploring new ways to kind of work your schedule. Pages are always about learning something new and something that you're not experienced in. And a lot of this is going to be about seeking and searching for things that can really positively kind of benefit not just your health, but also your productivity. So it could be apps, it could be books that you're reading, podcasts that you're listening to, things that are going to help change your frame of mind. So Capricorn, I hope that's a good one for you. Definitely let me know what happens, and I'll check back with you next month in June. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome back to my channel. I'm excited to be here to talk to you all about what is happening with the stars in the month of May. Obviously, there's some stuff going on with both of your chart rulers, both with Uranus and also with Saturn. So we're going to cover that. But I'm going to tell you that at the beginning of the month, we have quite a few planets that are kind of going through Taurus, and then everything's going to like shimmy into Gemini. So the month is going to start with this focus on home and family, emotional foundations where you're living. And then we're going to see Pluto retrograde, which is going to be impacting you. And then we're going to see planets that are going to be moving into conjunction with Uranus, which is your modern day ruler, which I think the second half of the month is a lot of romantic surprises, lots of expansion, creative energies that are flowing in and having fun. And you're also going to see that there are going to be some squares happening and some sextiles happening with Saturn, but nothing that you guys can't swing. And don't forget the trines that we're going to see to Pluto. So you've got a lot of stuff that's happening for you this month. So here's the big ones, just looking at Uranus and Saturn. You're seeing now Uranus is moved into your 5th house where it's there to stay for several years. And with Uranus in your 5th house, there's the sense of now revolutionizing creativity and romance. And so what you're going to see on the 17th is that Mercury will be conjuncting Uranus in the 5th house. That is more or less like shaking up, conversations you have with children, creative collaborations, people you're dating. And you're also going to see on the 22nd, the sun will cazimi with Uranus. So that could be big changes in your love life, changes with your kids. It can be things involving children. It can be meeting a significant partner and major creative breakthroughs. And then as for Saturn, you're going to see that he's still in your 3rd house where there is an emphasis on discipline when it comes to communication. You will see on May the 1st that Venus will sextile Saturn. And I think that that's really great for creative communication, relationship communication. And then on May 29th, Venus will square Saturn. That's going to be a little bit more tricky when it comes to communicating with people at work and navigating some stuff involving like health or vehicles. So those are going to be like the hot zones for you. But I'll go through all of them. We're going to start at the top of the month and we're going to discuss first what's going on with May the 1st when you have a full moon in Scorpio. Now, obviously this full moon is at the top part of your chart, so it's in your career house. And this is where career matters are really kind of reaching this culmination point. Think back to career and professional intentions that you set last year in Scorpio season. I remember that one, like the new moon was with the Mercury retrograde. So there was a lot of like restructuring the way that you look at money and work and, what you're doing and what you're getting paid. And maybe you were going through some kind of career change. So now this is that culmination point. And if you have anything in Aquarius, 8, 9, 10 degrees, this is going to be squaring you. And the moon will be up here in your career zone. The sun will be down here. So naturally it's about balancing home and work. And you will see a slight square to Pluto in your sign. So you might kind of feel like, like I'm trying to balance these changes. But with that being said, full moons in the 10th house can mean, big career accomplishment, launching businesses, graduating, from one phase of your work into the next, retiring. And Mars is the ruler, so it looks like it's going to be a lot of meetings connected to work with Mars in your 3rd house, or a lot of announcements in regards to work as well. On the 1st, we will also see Venus and Gemini in your 5th house of romance and kids, sextiling Saturn. So I like that energy. This to me seems like there's a lot of creative pleasure that is supporting your ruler when it comes to communication, and joy kind of flowing through a disciplined sense of self-expression. May the 3rd, Mercury enters Taurus. So now you're focusing on communication with home and family. Mercury represents change, joint finances, taxes, and budgeting. It's also connected to kids. So you're going to probably be hearing a lot about what's changing with kids potentially moving, what's changing with family, where there can be much more emphasis on cost of expenses and things relating to, home and living. And, home and family thinking becomes practical with Mercury in this sign. And then on the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mars and Aries in your 3rd house of communication and learning, squaring Jupiter. You got to watch your mouth with this transit, okay? I think if Saturn hasn't already taught you that, but there can be like communication aggression that's kind of clashing with work and expansion, and you get kind of frazzled because you feel like you're trying to do too much at one time and you're like juggling things. So watch for arguments that can be affecting work or anything relating to your job. Also slow down, don't rush, right? When you're driving around, keep an eye on your vehicles. And then on the 5th of the month, Mercury in Taurus in your home zone is going to come into a square with Pluto in your sign. So I think all Aquariuses will feel this, but especially like the first 5 or 6 degrees in particular will feel this. And this is difficult because it's almost like you're trying to have conversations about changes at home, but you're reluctant to want to change or give up control about what's happening with a home or family situation. So intense home thoughts, connecting to personal transformation, intense ways of communicating with family or people at home, and heavy family identity, kind of conversations are likely to follow. Then on the 6th, Pluto begins his retrograde in Aquarius, and I believe he's going to retrograde back to around 2 degrees. So if you're an Aquarius sun, moon, or rising that has anything from about 1 to like 6 degrees of Aquarius, you are under a Pluto transit this year. So you are feeling the powerful transformative energies of Pluto, changing things physically, emotionally, and professionally for you. And now there's deep transformation that is entering review. So you're reflecting on yourself. Old identity power dynamics that are resurfacing, and you're kind of being remade from within. You're just now going a little bit deeper through this transit. On May the 9th, you're going to have the last quarter moon that's going to be in your sign. So the moon will be in your sign, squaring the sun in the 4th house in Taurus. And this is about personal release that is necessary. You have to ask yourself what self patterns around home, around family, or where I'm living need adjustment in some way. Then on the 13th, you're going to see a great communication day where Mercury, that's going to be in Taurus in your 4th house, will sextile Jupiter in Cancer in your work and home zone, your work and health zone. And this sextile is really great when it comes to home communication, supporting work expansion. So working with the family, working on your home, organizing things when it comes to your home business, and family maybe helping you when it comes to your job in some way. And then you'll see a Mercury cazimi in Taurus around May 14th in your 4th house, where either a romantic partner, a child, or a financial matter is going to surprise you, is kind of the feeling that I'm getting. Maybe there is some kind of clarity when it comes to domestic insights, like where do I live, where do I move, what's going on with my kids, is going to kind of come through. And then that'll set you up for the 16th of May, where you're going to have a new moon in your 4th house. So we want to set intentions for home, family, and emotional security and putting down roots. Now, Venus is going to be the ruler of this, and Venus is going to be hanging out in your 5th house. So I think a lot of it's about, do I want to set up a new entertainment center? How am I making space for kids? How do children or romantic partners factor into my home life? And maybe beautifying your space. And then on the 16th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 3rd house, where it's really bringing up communication healing. Mars is about how you communicate, but it's also about career. So it may mean that this is a day where you're feeling a little self-conscious about giving a presentation, making a speech, signing something. And, really it's about healing old wounds connected to your voice and also connected to thinking, or sibling relationships may surface for transformation. On the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Gemini conjunct Uranus. Okay, so you are Uranus, Mercury is your kids or some kind of secret. So there can be some surprise situation going on with your children. If you don't have kids, it can be finding out you're pregnant. If you're not pregnant, it could be in regards to a creative breakthrough, or maybe getting ready to start a new hobby, launching a business, doing something speculative. But I think you're just going to want to party, honestly. I think you're just going to have fun. You're going to want to create. And this is a real creative breakthrough, and it's really about revolutionary ideas about joy, romance, and self-expression. And there's this lightning bolt of inspiration that comes in. So really watch that day. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into Taurus in your 4th house. And it'll be 6 weeks of having Mars go through your 4th house. Mars does rule work or anything to do with parents or responsibilities. You might feel like, okay, I have to be home more. I'm helping with kids. I'm taking care of home renovations. I'm, maybe moving. I don't know. And it helps to have a to-do list while Mars is in your 4th house. So if you have things you've been meaning to do, maybe you've been meaning to set up your planters outside or plant some flowers, or maybe you have been meaning to renovate or replace things in your kitchen. Maybe you want to hang up stuff in your bathrooms, whatever. Have a to-do list, because if you're not working on something, Mars brings conflict, and it almost brings a lot of heated arguments into your home, or family drama. So your home energy will intensify, and there's more drive to improve your domestic situation if you stay active at home. On the 18th of the month, Venus enters Cancer. So Venus goes into your 6th house of work, service, pets, and health. And so okay, work becomes nurturing, sure. Maybe it's about daily routines that are kind of sweetened, and health focus that's going to be more present. So finding the beauty in everyday rituals and kind of routines. As an example, like whenever Venus goes through my 6th house, I'll do something to incentivize me to be more physically active. You know, like one year I bought myself a new pair of sneakers. Another year I went and got myself, you know, like a Pilates chair. Another year, you know, I went and kind of tried to decorate like my guest space, which I use as my home gym. You kind of get the drill here. And this is about bringing more beauty into your office space as well. So bringing in flowers or crystals, doing some office decor, working on those relationships with people at work, and giving a little bit more TLC to your pets is definitely a good idea. On the 19th, you're going to see Mercury and Gemini Mercury and Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. So Mercury is trining Pluto in your sign. Very powerful when it comes to creative communications that can transform your identity, your art changing you, your children changing you, a romantic relationship changing you. Great day to be writing, to be honest with you. And you might find that you're just a little bit more serious about your kind of creative endeavors. And that same day, you're actually going to see Mercury in Gemini square the North and the South node. So there's something going on here where there's like this karmic creative kind of crossroads that's affecting your values and potentially your shared resources. I think it's about making decisions that you know that are going to bring you joy, and like this being your destined moment, maybe when it comes to creative breakthroughs and important themes revolving around romance. On the 21st, we're going to see the sun enter into Gemini. So it's going to go into your 5th house, and it's going to start coming into conjunction with Uranus a couple days later. But this sets the stage for several weeks, at least into June, where you're really focusing on, creative and romantic season. Joy, self-expression gets highlighted, your hobbies, anything that deals with having fun and having playtime. And then on the 22nd, you're going to see Venus in Cancer coming into a square with Neptune in Aries. And when it comes into a square, there can be a sense of like work idealization or communication confusion. Watch for job messaging that seems confusing or a little kind of hazy or foggy. On the 22nd of the month, Venus will also trine the North node in Pisces. So I think you're trying to clarify something about, well, who is doing what and what am I getting paid and like what is my role in this situation. But the good news is it looks like that work is aligning with your values and destiny. So your job is supporting what you truly treasure. I just think you're trying to iron out like some of like the fine print and the details. Then on the 22nd of May, the sun meets with Uranus. Uranus is partners, Uranus is you, the sun is partners. So this can be a day where my single Aquarius and Aquarius risings, like it's like love at first sight. Like something can happen where you meet somebody and you're like, oh my God, it's them, you know? It can also be a day where you have some creative breakthrough. There is surprises in your love life or with kids, unexpected maybe joy, artistic awakening, and a major day for you. So I want you guys to let me know what happens, especially because it is kind of coming into a trine of Pluto on your ascendant. So you guys are feeling very passionate and you're feeling like you're willing to take risks. Then on the 23rd of the month, you're going to have the first quarter square in Virgo. So the moon will be in Virgo in your 8th house, squaring the sun being in Gemini in your 5th. And really what this is saying is that action is needed when it comes to shared resources or transformation. So definitely pay attention to that. Then on the 24th, the sun in Gemini will come into a sextile with Neptune and Aries in your 3rd, where you're feeling inspired creativity. Things are flowing when it comes to communication. There's a lot of artistic expression that is carrying over this kind of spiritual energy with Neptune, and you're able to express yourself beautifully. And then on the 25th, so this is a red flag day for Aquarius and Aquarius risings, especially if you have anything 4, 5, 6 degrees of Aquarius. You're going to have Mars in your home zone squaring Pluto in your sign. Mars is definitely going to be about like who's the boss, who's managing things, you know, what's going on with your career. And that square to Pluto means that home actions can likely trigger personal transformational power struggles. So You can't force domestic changes. You have to be strategic. You have to be patient. And this is not a day to be pushing people in the family to do things. On the 26th, the sun will trine Pluto, where the sun trine Pluto is basically saying, okay, you know what? There is this at least empowered sense of creativity that's transforming your identity. You've got a hobby you love. You've got a person that you're maybe dating, and your joy is really empowering you and helping you focus on personal evolution. Choose what makes you happy. That's the best advice I can give you this month, is like focus on your joy. Don't get kind of caught up in like other people's stuff, especially family stuff. Then on the 29th, you're going to see Venus in Cancer coming into a square with Saturn. Now, this is a tricky transit for you too, because obviously Saturn's your traditional ruler. This is where you're likely going to see that there's some difficulty when it comes to work communication restrictions. I think your job is maybe demanding that you limit your voice, or that you not say as much, or that you just kind of follow the rules and pay attention and don't ask questions. And then on the 31st, you're going to see a full moon in Sagittarius in your 11th house of friends, goals, and allies. Now, this goes back to the new moon we had last year, but a full moon in the 11th house is usually a party, a celebration, a gathering, a get-together. But I think in your case, it could be those things, or job, goal fulfillment. But Jupiter's the ruler and it's in the 6th. So I think it's going to be team meetings. I think that there's going to be meetings about, sudden changes going on at work and roles and responsibility. And you'll see just friendship and group matters kind of culminate, and social connections are going to be really important during the time of that full moon. So your best days for my Aquariuses are going to be May 14th, 16th, 17th, 22nd, 24th, and 26th. Your challenging days will be May 5th, 6th, 16th, 22nd, 25th, and the 29th. I know there's some overlap there, but you have like on the 22nd, sweet and salty. So, man, I'm so excited to see what happens this month with like Pluto retrograde in your sign and all the conjunctions to Uranus. I mean, like, man, there is a revolutionary, creative, party animal breakthrough energy that's coming. Meanwhile, Pluto is going to be totally transforming your core identity. So I would just say, like, trust the revolution that's going to be brewing internally throughout the next couple of months. So let's see, what does the tarot want my Aquariuses and Aquarius risings to know? What bit of advice can you give them this month? 9 of Pentacles. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but we're kind of down to the end of the readings. Like, everybody got really great cards. So I can't complain. Fingers crossed for Pisces. 9 of Pentacles is just like, you're going to get what you want, and I'm not just telling you that, but going back to what I said about choosing joy, like, don't resist change. Change is what's going to be the most exciting, the most fun, the most fulfilling. You're going to have the most creative, like, opportunities. Things are just going to surprise you if you just let go and you let God, right? And so the 9 of Pentacles is like being satisfied, being fulfilled, being taken care of, but not by other people, by the universe. This is a well-kept lady. So she's got nice clothes on. She's got all these like fancy kind of gardens around her. She's got like a little owl or like a hawk as a pet. So it's representing trusting in her gut, her intuition, having beauty that's all around her, and like not needing other people to provide for her, doing it herself. The 5th house teaches us about our own self-love, our own joy, our own creativity. The more you focus on that, the more abundance that will come. Don't get wrapped up in some of the family drama that can happen or some of the work drama. Keep focusing on what makes you happy and feeding that, because you're going to see that it's going to only continue to grow. So good abundance with that card as well. So if you're taking chances, it might be a big risk, big reward. Aquarius, let me know what happens. Leave me some comments below. I'd love to hear how you're feeling with the Pluto retrograde and with the Uranus conjunctions. Don't forget to, drop me your comments so I can hear what you have to say. And I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. What's up, my Pisces and my Pisces risings? Welcome back. This is going to be the May 2026 horoscopes. I'm happy to be here. I hope you guys are well. Hope you're thriving. We've got some stuff that's going to be happening this month that is going to be quite interesting. I am going to be talking to you a little bit about what's happening with your chart rulers. But before we get into that, just know that we're starting the month off in May with Taurus season. So we've seen kind of like a bunch of planets that are going to be moving through your 3rd house, which is really stimulating the mind, short distance trips, learning, anything connected to your local environment, siblings, and then they're going to be moving into Gemini. And for a Pisces rising, this is going to be energy that is going to be very shocking, surprising, sudden changes, that are going to be kind of going on. And some planets that are going to be squaring the North Node in your sign and the South Node in Virgo. So you're really going to want to pay attention to like the quarter moons as well. But let's kind of break it down for you. So let's talk first about Neptune, because Neptune is your modern day ruler. So you see that Neptune is still hanging out in Aries. It's going to be there for a while, where your dreams around money and values are definitely transforming in some way. What you want to watch for is on the 22nd of May, Venus in your 5th house of creativity, children, and love will come into a square with Neptune. So that can create some confusion over dating and values and finances. You will also see on the 24th of the month that the Sun in Gemini will sextile Neptune, which I think is good for really making changes on the home front that aligns with your personal style and also your financial situation. Just watch for the value fog around clarity. And then as for Jupiter, your traditional ruler, it's in your 5th house, expanding everything connected to creativity, romance, and joy. And what you're going to find is on May the 4th, Mars, which is actually going to be moving through your 2nd house of income, Aries, will square Jupiter. That could be a overdoing it type of energy, overspending, partying, overindulging. And then on May 13th, you're going to see that Mercury in Taurus will sextile Jupiter, which is actually really good for writing, media, anything that involves kind of creativity or things that are online. So those are going to be the biggies that you're going to be watching for this month. Now we're going to start at the top of the month. We're going to go through the whole list of transits, kicking off with May the 1st, where you're going to see a full moon in Scorpio in your natal 9th house. Now, for you guys, you will probably like this energy because it is friendly. It does trine you by element. Scorpio is a fellow water sister sign. If you have anything around 10, 11, 12 degrees of Pisces, this will be trining you. So I think you'll like it. But a full moon when it's in your 9th house usually kind of alludes to you're on an airplane, you're traveling, you're booking a trip, you're graduating, you're taking a course, you're learning something. So it's culmination in regards to beliefs, education, travel matters, and some kind of learning journey can also complete with this full moon as well. Also on the 1st, you're going to see Venus in Gemini that's going to be in your 4th house of home and family, sextiling Saturn in Aries. So this is really wonderful. Like you're really investing and staying committed to home and family, anything that deals with property, purchasing, even like hanging out with family is very supported. And home pleasure and financial discipline work hand in hand. So domestic joy aids in some kind of like money management. On the 3rd, Mercury enters Taurus and it goes into your 3rd house, which is a house that it likes to be in. It's good for learning, for multitasking, for dealing with gadgets, for dealing with cars and traveling here. And your communication is going to slow down a little bit, but not in a bad way. It's just thinking becomes more practical and you're going to clarify things and you're going to make sure that things make sense and that they're really kind of, connecting with you. Mercury rules your relationships in your home. So some of you guys might be traveling to see family. You might be looking at other neighborhoods if you're considering moving. Maybe you're talking more to your siblings. And then you're going to see on the 4th, Mars is going to square Jupiter. Okay, so Mars in your 2nd house squaring Jupiter. And this is where I said, watch for overdoing it. Watch for financial aggression and clashes when it comes to creative expansion or children. And watch for overspending on pleasure. On the 5th, Mercury in Taurus in your 3rd house is going to come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th house. So this could mean that there's intense communication and thoughts that are kind of connecting to subconscious transformation. Maybe you're having a little bit more stress and anxiety. I would say breathwork exercises and journaling can definitely help. Maybe you're just feeling like, okay, like I just can't, stop thinking about this thing, or I just need a break, from like social media. That could be another manifestation. And then on the 6th, Pluto is going to retrograde in your 12th house, and that'll be around 5 degrees of Aquarius, where deep subconscious transformation is happening and you're now going inward. So hidden power dynamics can resurface here and dreams can definitely intensify. On the 9th of the month, you're going to have a last quarter moon in Aquarius, where the moon's in Aquarius and it's coming into a square with the sun in Taurus as we're preparing for what will be the new moon in Taurus a couple days later. So it's kind of like a clearing out phase. Really, it's about your subconscious going through like a release. So you can have crazy dreams. You can be asking yourself, okay, what hidden patterns, do I need to be focused on adjusting? Then on the 13th, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus coming into a sextile with Jupiter. So Mercury here, sextiling Jupiter here. Great day for relationships, especially if you're traveling. You could meet somebody, or if you meet somebody online or at a local kind of coffee shop, library, even like restaurant, bar. So keep your eyes out, but communication is about expanding towards creativity or romance, and your words can inspire joy in other people. Great day for teaching, for creative writing, and I think for dating as well, or a short distance trip. On the 14th, you'll see a Mercury Cazimi taking place in Taurus, and this is going to be happening in your third house where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction. Basically, I see this as, this is going to be happening in your fourth house. There we go, in Gemini, where there could be an unexpected change with your home, unexpected home news. Now that could mean, a partner suddenly like, I want to move, or, somebody's moving in, they're moving out. You decide that you're ready to pack up and go somewhere else. But revolutionary family insights, surprising domestic kind of developments can be taking place here as well. And then on the 18th, Mars enters Taurus in your third house. So a lot of communication energy and drive. You'll feel more driven to learn, to speak, to write, and connect locally. Mars is connected to education and travel, so you might be planning travel plans later in the year. It's also connected to money, so some of you guys might be learning more about budgeting and financing. And then on the 18th, Venus enters Cancer on the same day, moves into your fifth house, beautiful transit where Venus will eventually meet with Jupiter next month. And this is about creative pleasures sweeten, okay? If you're single, dating. Venus in the sixth house is good for dating. Mars in the third house is really good for connecting with people locally. Romance can become more nurturing. Joy can flow more easily. There can also be good things happening in the lives of children or that involve children. And finding pleasure in, like little hobbies and things you can do at home. And then on the 19th, Mercury and Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius, where powerful home communications transform your subconscious in some way. And family talks heal deep patterns, especially like ancestral or kind of karmic patterns. Same day, Mercury squares the north and the south node. So you're at a karmic crossroads when it comes to your home and your living situation, and it will impact and affect your identity, North Node in Pisces, and also your relationships. So any domestic decisions that are made around this day of the 19th is like it's destined. If it's like, oh, I decide I'm going to move, or I'm signing a lease, or maybe I'm buying a house, or a partner moves in, they move out, or you go to like move in with a family member, it's kind of destined. So be curious to see what happens for you guys here. And then the Sun enters Gemini, and this tells me that it's going to be about a home and family season. So domestic life will then get highlighted for several weeks. And on the 22nd, you're going to see Venus in Cancer coming into a square with Neptune in your money house. So between the square of the second and the fifth house, we can see that there can be like this creative idealization or like confusion around money or values or investments. So be very careful with investing, be very careful with gambling. I would not recommend it under this transit. And watch out for like romanticizing in ways that affect your finances. Stay grounded about money. Sometimes I've seen people go through this transit and they're like, oh, I'm going to invest in like this art. And then they find out that it's like fake, like it's not real, So be careful. Don't make any big investments on this day. But at the same time, when that's happening, Venus is also trining the North Node in Pisces. So some of you guys are going to be like, but I don't care. I love it. It's beautiful. Like, it doesn't matter if it's real to me. I just got to have it. And something about that trine is about, you receiving that North Node. So creativity or romance aligning with your personal destiny, joy that's kind of supporting your soul path. So it's beautiful nevertheless, but I feel like you're still kind of like overly idealizing something on that day. May 22nd, Sun conjunct Uranus. If you're like the first 5 degrees of Pisces, because you're going to be like, what is going on? Like so many changes, especially at home, or just emotional changes, or maybe it's not even you, it's your family. It could be your family or your siblings. But Sun conjunct Uranus is that home revolution. So unexpected domestic developments, family situations that are kind of transforming suddenly. And then the 23rd, you're going to see the first quarter moon. That's going to be in Virgo. So the moon's in Virgo, coming into an opening square with the sun in Gemini in your 4th house. And this is where partnership action is needed. So there will be some relationship, initiatives that are calling, something that you have to do in relationship with somebody else and how it's impacting what's going on with your home. Then on the 24th, the sun in Gemini sextiles Neptune. Okay, so that's good for inspired home life, supporting your money, supporting your values, and domestic creativity kind of flowing with finances. And then the 25th, where Mars in your 3rd house is going to come into a square with Pluto. This is difficult for all the signs. I think that with the 3rd and the 12th house is like the mind versus the subconscious. And communication actions can trigger subconscious power struggles. So words may surface and bring up hidden tension where you don't realize something was bothering you until you see it, you write it, or you hear it. And you can get triggered by, things that you don't see coming. So messages, emails, conversations, phone calls. And I would be careful driving under this square because the 12th house is notorious for things you don't see. And Mars in the 3rd house is where people are speeding and rushing around to do things. So like, be careful with what you say, but also be mindful when you're driving and you're kind of on the move. Then on the 26th, the sun trines Pluto. So that's about empowered home transformations, transformations in your subconscious and domestic improvements that are really starting to kind of heal you emotionally. The 29th, you'll see Venus in Cancer in your 5th house now come into a square with Saturn in Aries in your 2nd, where creative joy meets financial restrictions. Romance or fun might feel like it's limited by money, maybe having to budget your pleasure or budgeting things revolving around your own business or potentially even children. And then finally, you're going to see a full moon in Sagittarius in your natal 10th house. Big career turning point for my Pisces and Pisces risings. You guys have been working towards this since December of last year when you had a new moon in Sagittarius. Career matters will culminate and professional recognition and completion can kind of happen here. Launching a business, accepting a new position, retiring, making a big public announcement. But what's interesting is that Jupiter rules Sagittarius as it does you, and Jupiter's in the 5th. So if you own your own business, there could be some major success here. If you don't, it can be about, being very prideful about something that you've been able to achieve at work. It can also be being very proud and very joyful about, taking care of a child or, some kind of artistic project that you've been working on. And I think this is like your moment to really kind of shine. So you might get quite a bit of recognition for something that you're really good at that you just happen to kind of love. Now, your best days are going to be May the 13th, the 14th, the 17th, the 18th, the 22nd, the 24th, and the 26th. The challenging days are going to be May 4th, 16th, 22nd, particularly the 22nd, be careful, the 25th, and the 29th. So Pisces, I'm digging Venus trine your North Node, I think that's very beautiful for you and kind of joy aligning with your destiny. But definitely watch when you're having Venus square Neptune. And I think I would not let idealism kind of cloud things about your finances, because I think that's one of the bigger things that you might be kind of dealing with this month. You got to let me know what happens when those planets go into your 4th house, Mercury, Uranus, and the Sun. It's like there is some destined kind of like, oh, okay, and I'm moving, or I'm rearranging all of the furniture in my house, or oh my gosh, my family's gone crazy. Something's going to happen there, and it's going to be, I only say this because it's squaring the nodes. So even though for the next several years, we will see Mercury and Uranus and the Sun meet whenever we have Gemini season, but this one hits differently. It means that there has to be a destined change that's going to be happening wherever Gemini is in your chart. All right, so with that being said, let's ask the tarot, what does Pisces and Pisces rising need to know about the month of May? What advice would you give them? That one was sticking out. Oh, I jinxed it, Pisces. I was like, everybody got such great cards. Woof, you got the Tower. I mean, it's pretty safe to say that, like, you know, the Tower does deal with Mars, okay? And so Mars is coming into the 3rd house, so it can mean there is more difficulty in communicating, and maybe you're coming to terms with, hey, certain things need to change, and you're just kind of speaking your mind. But I think the Tower energy is probably tied to this, all this Uranus stuff, square the nodes, where you're like, I'm outgrowing my space or my hometown, or I just feel claustrophobic in my apartment, or something's going on. And it's just, you know, the Tower represents where something has come up that needs to be leveled suddenly for you to be like, okay, great, now I can start over, right? So with that being said, yeah, there's going to be some kind of major awakenings that are going to happen this month that I think that are going to be probably kind of shocking. Even though your astrology doesn't look entirely too rough, unless you're like an early, you know, Pisces rising, maybe the first 5 or 6 degrees who's going through these squares, but maybe it's the squares to the nodes. And that's what's so interesting about this is something needs to change. So maybe you don't have some catastrophic change this month. I don't think most of you will. But to avoid some of that stuff, be making the change happen. And like whether you're feng shuiing your place, you're, you know, decluttering, you're organizing stuff, maybe you're downsizing, whatever. Do that stuff because you're wanting to welcome change so that when some of these things hit, it's not surprising. And some of you guys may not have it happen this month. It might be something that plays out closer to July when Mars and Uranus are kind of conjunct. But the Tower is saying, yeah, there's going to be some major shakeups, some major upheaval, but it's necessary to rebuild again. And well, the 4th house is the foundation of the chart. So yes, there's some good career stuff going on. Yes, you're getting your money straightened out, but the reality is something's going on the home front. So you guys will have to let me know what that shocking moment is. Definitely give me feedback and let me know. I hope this was helpful for you guys. And to everybody who has listened to this far, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. That was your May 2026 horoscopes. Thank you for watching, for liking, sharing, and subscribing. Give me a thumbs up if you like this video. Sharing is caring, and make sure you guys share this on your socials. If you're on X or Instagram, follow me at BTV Astro so you can see more of my work. And once again, check out the links below. You can head over to beyondtheveiltarot.com so you can see more about my work. I teach astrology and I also teach tarot. I have a transit calendar if you guys are interested in that for your own personal astrology, and I am taking new clients over the summer. So for all of that and more, you guys can find me at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I'm sending you guys so much love, and trust me, this month is going to be easier, I think, than last month. And I'll catch you guys back here in June, okay? Take care. I'll see you soon.